right, welcome to all the players across the world. Glad to have you with us. In our time zone, it is evening ish. Yeah, it's like 6 o'clock there by you. It's already darkish, right?
No, I mean it's like evening time here for sure, but the
Uh,
weather's quite bright.
cool. But yeah, guys, glad to have you with us. So we continue our conversation from Wednesday. I actually had a look, or I actually went through the recording tire like from Wednesday's show, and we actually didn't talk about Gears EJ, and that was like the cover, and I was like, how the freaking hell did we not get to that? Because I know that we sort of like went down south of midnight and we started talking about that, but we didn't cover that, and I think that was like the biggest part of our conversation. Unless I missed something or I skipped something, as well as the Xbox Showcase. A lot of conversation around the Xbox Showcase that's coming up in June. And, a lot of people expecting a lot of different things from that show. And I think, yeah, that's something to get into. It's been very conversational or topical in the last couple of weeks is, what's going to change? What's going to be different? Oh, yes, another thing we didn't cover, even though I did go through like a whole bunch of movie trailers and stuff, we didn't talk about Super Mario that is out this weekend and is probably gonna make a bucket load of money. Money, money, money. Ty, are you going to go see the Super Mario movie?
No, I didn't see the first one, and I'm not gonna see the
Yeah.
second one to be honest. This is why I always
You're
say
not gonna go see it.
no. I'm not. I don't care, and I think this is why I
Why? I
always say
felt like
because
you saw. I had this conversation with you, and you saw like Fox McCloud, and you're like, can't wait to see it. What changed?
did I say I can't wait to see it? Or I think that's a great idea that like it might lead to like a
No, I
multiverse.
think you were like, yeah, definitely gonna go see this.
No, I don't think I said that
I'm,
now.
I'm
I like the
pretty
idea of a
sure that's what
multiverse
you
Super
said.
Mario.
Yeah.
The idea of a Super Mario multiverse, like that's kind of Smash Bros orientated, is really good. But
Mhm.
excuse me, and this is kind of what I've always said, and maybe you've echoed
Yeah.
this as well. Listen to your audience, and that's the paying audience, the people who actually are going to watch your product and like your product. You
Hmm.
know, I'm not a Nintendo fan in that sense. I mean, I'm a Nintendo guy in the sense that like I love the GameCube favorite console, but there's
Hmm.
nothing you can do with Zelda that's going to make me want to play Zelda again, right? Because
What do
I
you mean,
prefer
like with
I
Zelda?
prefer that was Zelda like the action game
Yeah,
Ocarina of
but which
Time,
one? Like
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the
No, none of them.
Wild, Twilight Princess,
None of them.
Link to the Past. What?
Because I've moved to a situation now where, for me, the kind of action adventure games I like have a deep line story, and there's like combo mechanics. There's probably skill trees to some extent, and they're not as open world anymore. Breath of the Wild is getting about open world Zelda games that sold really well. They don't have a strong story foundation. Like I am not that audience, and I've you never hear me complain about Zelda online because that's just not me. I'm just okay. It's not for me. I'm moving on. I don't bitch about it. And there's nothing you can do as Nintendo to kind of bring me back into the fold. So don't listen to me, because I'll tell you straight up like, oh, you want me to like Zelda again? Make it an 18 plus game and give me some romances in the game.
Yeah, but
They ain't,
like
they
that's
ain't
not
doing
what
that.
Zelda
That's
ever was,
unrealistic. Hmm?
right? Like Zelda is supposed like again, like I get what you're saying, but I feel like you're speaking as someone that now has played The Witcher and you want more The Witcher or whatever. Um,
Exactly. I'm not a Zelda. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not that audience anymore. So for Super Mario, it's not just as
yeah,
meant for kids primarily, right? For children.
okay.
So appeal to kids. Don't listen to me and my reviews about it because I ain't gonna go watch it. I'm not a
But a lot
diehard.
of
I'm not.
people your age, even older, still like that whole thing that made Zelda Zelda. Like they still into that whole um what you just mentioned, the whole childlike fantasy adventure that you find in Super Mario. And a lot of people like, regardless of age, I would actually even say older, still prefer that. That's what
Hmm.
they go to
Yeah.
Mario for, is because it
Hmm.
represents that part of their childhood that they can sort of like bottle. Um so that's an interesting take. Like, look, and I get it's a valid take. I've said this. I feel the same about generally, just in general, anime. Like, I grew up loving anime, but I got to a point where I feel that I outgrew it and it's not for me anymore. I still get it. I still get why people love the things they love in anime, whether it's Naruto or One Piece or whatever. But it's just not for me anymore. It hasn't been for me for a while. So I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Um, so do you think like because the thing about Mario is that there's a huge sort of discrepancy again, which is something that we see a lot in gaming. Crimson Desert is an example of this, where there's a huge discrepancy in between like what the fans or the critics say versus what the audience says.
No,
Super Mario I think is like 91 audience score and like 44 Rotten Tomatoes critic score. So it
I
is.
don't. I don't think there's a large discrepancy. To be honest, I think that's kind of just something that people jump on. Fuzzy, what's up? How you doing? I think that's something that people jump on to kind of divide us to make it seem like, oh well, these people, they're different from us. They hate us, and it's always easier to kind of paint to a villain. Most of the games out there, people relatively rate them around the same. To be honest with you, that's just what it is. And I think where you see discrepancies or large discrepancies, large ones, they're more from a
Yeah.
political standpoint, and they're more focusing on maybe the over indexing on a specific thing that they don't like, as opposed to the quality of the actual title itself. Um, so I think
So
that's what we're
on
seeing
whose
here.
behalf are you speaking? Are you speaking on behalf of like the critics or the audience? Because again, everybody loves Mario. Like most critics that are like are not Nintendo fanboys are saying that like there's not much of a movie there. The story is pretty crap. Like it's just like they basically say, well, this is Nintendo's just making fan service for the sake of making fan service. There's not a lot of film there, regardless of your age. Like Pixar makes interesting kiddie movies, and this is not it. Like there's nothing there if you're looking for story and entertainment in that respect. But if you're looking for gameplay or member berries from your favorite Mario games, then
Mhm.
yeah, that's what it is. Would you agree with that take?
Yeah, but I would, but like I also feel like people just don't read reviews, and people don't know also how maybe a Rotten Tomatoes like works per se. Um, and I think, like for example, yeah, okay, where are the discrepancies? So for example, Super Mario Galaxy the movie, the Metacritic score is 36, whereas the user score is 78, right? For example,
Is that what
and
the actual numbers, or are you
yeah,
just?
no, no, Metacritic, 36 to 77.8, which is
Is that
like
the new
a
one or the
large,
original movie?
sorry,
Is that the new movie? Oh,
yeah, the new
Metacritic.
movie.
Okay, no. So I look at Rotten Tomatoes, not Metacritic for
Yeah, so
movies.
let's look at Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah. But I think once
So
again, like the
Rotten
question is, how does Rotten
Tomatoes,
Tomatoes work?
huh? I mean, like we can explain it quickly. So, a Rotten Tomato basically means like it's got nothing to do with actual scores,
Hmm.
whether or not did the reviewer find the movie.
Good or
If
bad?
you find, sorry,
Whether or not the reviewer found the movie good or bad.
yes, it's as simple as that. And then if they thought it was good, they'll give it a fresh tomato. If they thought it was okay, average, bad, they can give it a Rotten Tomato, and then that will aggregate out based on how many people gave it. Like, but it's not based on a score. It's just based on whether or not they found, to your point, good or bad. And like, look at this discrepancy. It's like 41%. That's it's a Rotten Tomato on the the critic scores, and it's a 90% when it comes to the audience scores, with over 2,500 verified ratings from users, 163.
This is so once again. So I was looking at just there, like how is the popcorn meter scored, and the popcorn meter scored is scored from a scale of 1 to 5. A rating count as positive if it's 3.5 stars or higher.
Welcome in, Rachie. Sorry, go ahead.
The Procometer shows the percentage of those positive ratings, e.g., 75% means 75% of ratings were 3.5 or higher. So it has a 90% verified rating.
Hmm.
Sorry, yeah, and most people are giving it 5 out of 5, 4 out, 4 point
Yeah, that's the
something.
fans now, not the critics.
Yeah, and the critics are giving it like maybe 35% or 41% of them said it's good.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I,
So
I
so
mean,
so
I, I
okay,
think I
this is
think we're always gonna get these like outliers for sure, and maybe Mario is one. But I would always point to the fact that I think overall, I think the sentiments people feel about movies and games are relatively the same. There isn't
Mhm.
like a huge discrepancy on a massive scale. Like you again, there's gonna be outliers, but there isn't a huge discrepancy on a massive scale.
Yeah. And you're saying this for like what, like across the board, like
Yeah,
um,
across the across like for example, I would say the actual rating for Starfield, how people feel about the game, is probably in line with where Starfield is from a critic point of view as well. Same thing
well,
for Assassin's Creed, same thing for Ghost of Yote, same thing for Death Stranding. Like there just isn't this large discrepancy that people are talking about. I think people look at titles that they don't like and then they say, well, what's going on here? Um, like we could even look at Crimson Desert, for example, right? Let's look at Crimson Desert's Metacritic score. Um, I believe it's like in the 70s
yeah,
for
it's about
Metacritic.
77, and then you have like an 88 point something or 88, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so Crimson Desert is like one that you could say is a bit of an outlier. However, at the same time, we can probably say that,
How is it an outlier?
in the sense that the critics have like it's one score above the like it's one whole point above the score of the of
The audience to
the journalist. Sorry, the
Yeah.
journalist.
So, but again, like you can say that, but then again, you look at games that have like a similar trajectory, like which are the games that like are very divisive. Like for instance, then you go to Dragon Age Veilguard. It's the flip side of that, where the audience like yeah scored it like a 61, I think, and then the critics scored it like an 80%. So like I mean, there's these situations that occur a lot, and it's easy to. I mean, we know why. Excuse me. If you're in this, you follow this industry, you have a excuse me, you have a good idea as to why that has occurred in the past. Ooh, hiccups.
I mean, what's Vilgard's Metacritic?
So 170, it's 80% on some platforms, and I think it's 77 on Place. I can't remember, but like yeah, I'll tell you now. Well, God. Let's see. Veilguard.
Ricky says,
Veilguard.
I still love anime, but I'm very selective about what I watch.
That's me
Yeah,
as well.
timing is important. We can't,
Yeah. Yeah.
we can't watch everything.
No,
100%
the thing
agree.
is, like, again, it just depends what sort of entertainment you like. There's nothing wrong with either. Oof, woo, that just hurt my eyes. I'm gonna share with you what Veil God's scores are, and I mean, like this happens a lot. I mean, this happened with The Last of Us. I think I was thinking of The Last of Us because this is worse. Um, so you have you have on PS5 an 82 critic score, and then you have a user score of 4.0, which is like half that out of 8,000 reviews.
Hmm.
Let me just show that on the screen so you can see it. Oof! It just hurt my eyes just looking at that. Um, so this is what I'm saying to you, that this stuff happens all the time, especially recently, where there's a huge discrepancy between the audience and what the critics would rate. And then a lot of people would say you give this game 82%, but you can't give Crimson Desert a decent score like an 80%. Like, and it's a far better game than this. That would be the argument there.
No, but again, like if everything is actually accounted for, every discrepancy is accounted for, most of these scores are relatively the same. So, for example, if I said, "Well, remove every single user who's just giving it a 10 out of 10," and I said, "Remove every," like right now, I'm on the PlayStation side of things. The first comments, one of the first comments is woke garbage. Um, the game is all purple. with gay person. Fuck that game. Combat is great though. 18 hours played so far. The game screams woke agenda everywhere. I cannot help but consider it an insult. Like you remove
Okay,
this,
so but like
these
my
are not
question
real
is,
scores.
yeah, but like my question to you is like those people paid for the game and they played the game and that's how they felt.
No, no,
Like,
no, 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 no.
is
On
that
Metacritic,
valid?
no.
Yeah.
On Metacritic, no.
Hmm?
On Metacritic, no.
But like, okay, cool. So, so unfortunately, I
If
don't
you look at
know.
Steam, right? This the
Yeah,
Steam, um, if you look
yeah,
at
where
the
everybody at
Steam,
least played a couple of hours of the game.
no, so the Steam user page is mixed, and excuse me, I know there's a way to actually check the reviews based
So, what do you have on Steam?
on Steam. It's mixed. So if I go to, let's say, um, date
Makes it like
range.
60% though. It's like what, like 60%? What is the rating? What's the actual rating?
So if I go to playtime, that's over. If I say playtime that's over, let's say 10 hours,
Yeah,
it remains mixed still. If I go to over
yeah. So,
100
like,
hours, it remains.
what is
Sorry,
the
no, no,
mix?
sorry, my bad. If I go to over 10 hours, it's
Hmm.
mostly positive. If I go to over 100 hours, it's mostly positive. If I go to over 1 hour, now we get towards the mixed then. So there's people playing this game for literally. And here's the thing with Steam, man. I love Steam because what Steam actually does is you can only drop a review if you purchase the game,
Yep.
and that kind of mitigates it. However, it doesn't stop people from purchasing it just to trash the game as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, dude, that's a lot of. Look, I respect anyone that spends $70 to trash a game. Like, you deserve to trash that game if you spent $70 and you just decided fuck this game. Like, because this is not a $5 game, it's not a $10 game. Someone
There's
paid
no, but if you've purchased
$70
it,
to say
if you've
fuck this
purchased
game.
the title for 70, I mean, because listen, you know how Steam works. Steam is legit. You know, if you want to return your game, they'll
Yeah,
give you your money back. But if you've purchased a title for $70 or $60, and then you've returned it in less than 1 hour, and you've left a negative review,
yeah,
like
but
you already
like
know how
my
I feel. Like that's not a review.
yeah, but like my thing is like there's also like I'm sure there's like a safety guard to that in terms of like when you're filtering the reviews. And again, it does say like a lot of people have actually said this, that like the game had a huge like what is it, refund or whatever. It still made a lot of money on Steam. Like, so a lot of people still kept the game. Basically, what I'm saying is that, and I have to say, like, I respect those people who bought a game for $70. If a guy buys a game for $70 just to trash it, that man is committed to what he wants to say. He.
Yeah, but like, but
so,
that
so
doesn't change. That doesn't make his review more valuable.
but like again, that's the issue that we come down to, is then so like because he's played, like I always say this time, if I play an hour of your game, that's a privilege to you as the developer or designer, that I actually spent an hour of my time, whereas I could have watched 10, 20 TikTok videos or whatever. I spent money, I made an effort to actually sample your product and I didn't like it. Like, for you as a creator to come out of that, or to take out of that, like, oh shit, you know what, that person is they're a racist bigot who went out of their way to trash my shit. It tells me that something, especially when it comes to your messaging, is missing the point. Especially like for someone to make that effort, it tells me that they were invested in your product to begin with. So why is it that they invested in your product for the wrong reasons? And to me, as a marketing person, those are things that you need to understand more than disregard or what's the word? Um, Make them the bad guys. Like, you need to understand why people bought your product just to hate on it. Like, a case in point, nobody bought Crimson Desert to hate on it. Better for the better or for worse. Like, everybody hated on it the first day because of all the glitches. Like, if you go and look at like the Steam reviews, it got like 61%. It wasn't doing well. But as soon as
The reason why no one bought Crimson Deserts to hate on it is something that I've kind of said about like spaces in general. You can go to any, let's say, right wing or extremist video game content, you will not see comments from the left or anyone from that angle saying, why is this here? Why does this exist? However, go to Dustborn, go to any of these games that are very leftish looking, and it's just attack, attack, attack. Like, I see what you're saying, but I'm saying that doesn't equate to a review. Like, nothing that you're saying is talking about the actual concept of the game. You're talking about the marketing and the messaging. That doesn't speak to the actual game.
But like, it's very like. But my point is very simple. It speaks to the product. Because your game
No, it doesn't. It speaks to the marketing of the product.
No, but like again, like the holistic. If we look at like, and again, we'll move on, ladies and gents. I know we're getting into the reads here, but if we look at like holistically,
can I just say this? Mass Effect is one of your most favorite games of all time. If the media was bashing Mass Effect nonstop, and Mass Effect, made blunders with the marketing, would you score it lower because of the media or because people didn't like it?
I have an example of that, which is Andromeda, where everybody didn't like it. After I played it, I understood exactly why everybody didn't like it. Because I bought it day one, I actually pre-ordered it, and everything that everyone was saying about the game was true. There was a lot of the like, and I marked like if I had to rate it, that's a 70, at the most 77.3, 73% game. And that's after they actually started patching a lot of the bullshit that was in the game initially. It was probably the Mass Effect that made the worst impression, and everybody that actually reviewed it, from both that time, of course, the journalists and the audience were in agreement. Veilguard is a different situation where, like, for instance, I feel that it was a little bit more divisive than a Mass Effect in terms of how it was reviewed. Everyone agrees that Mass Effect Andromeda was shit. And yes, if you gave me the same options, I would agree. Like, if you asked me that same question about, I would say yes. Like, that's a game that's fundamentally, regardless of how much I love the franchise, that game is bullshit. It should have not been a Mass Effect game. I still maintain that today.
Yeah, but that's an example of maybe the Fuzzy says, I love Mass Effect, but I couldn't even get through Andromeda. I got through Andromeda, but damn, you're right.
I finished Andromeda.
Fuzzy. It wasn't like a good Mass Effect game. It was very problematic in many ways. It had a lot of potential, which is his biggest crime. But that's not really my point, Oshos. My point is that if we want to like account for these like random reviews where people are buying it for 1 hour, 40 minutes of play time, and I'm mostly negative, I'm saying I'm dismissing your review because it's not a review. You can't review a product.
Why not?
How can you equate a review of somebody who's played something for less than 1 hour to somebody who's played something for, like, let's say 30 hours?
So, but the bottom line is that, like, I don't care how much you've played. The bottom line is that you've paid the same money to experience that. So,
I think you're going down the pathway that you don't realize that's actually detrimental to the actual art of media, of entertainment in general.
No, like, again, like, it's there's two things. Like, I would acknowledge right now, there's a difference between what, at the end of the day, you can want to create art and you can think that you've made art and you can think your product is art. That's fine. And a lot of people can appreciate your product as art. But the bottom line is that it's a product and you're working for an EA, a studio like an EA, where you need to sell X amount so that thing is relevant so that you can get a sequel and you can get more products greenlit. So you can never separate the art from the product. You're still making a product at the end of the day. And whether you're making Mass Effect, Crimson Desert, or whatever, Crimson Desert is they fine because at the end of the day, unlike the likes of a Veilguard, their audience actually showed up. It's where I think what Crimson Desert, despite like my own feelings about the game, what it did is it showed that critics, in terms of what they say, doesn't have the same weighing as what the audience is. So if the audience loves something universally, typically that thing tends to be successful versus what the critics say. So again, if the critics are on your side, and of course this is you can say this is a separate point, but like if there's a disalignment or a misalignment between what the critics say and what the audience says, it will affect your bottom line and the outcome for your franchise, is basically what I'm saying. Is that you cannot remove that and say, no, it's superficial because the person played an hour. How many people played an hour of Crimson Desert and didn't like it the first time, but as soon as those guys patched it, everybody jumped on again for another hour and decided, well, I'm going to keep it versus say Valgard. So that's what I'm saying is that like the audience, what they say at the end of the day tends to affect or tends to be the material effect in terms of whether your franchise becomes successful or not. So Fuzzy says, I love Mass Effect, but I couldn't even get through Andromeda. I finished Andromeda, Fuzzy, but I didn't enjoy my time very much. Fuzzy says, Velgard was way better than Andromeda. Yes, it was. I agree. I enjoyed Velgard a lot as a game. I feel
Do you
that
see
a lot
how?
of
Do you see how like that's kind of like my point though? Like
yeah,
Fuzzy just said a very good point there, which is Veilguard was much better than Andromeda. But would
yeah,
you be surprised if Veilguard was trashed more and seen as more of a hate, like a trash game?
yes,
So I'm
yeah.
saying that
No, I
like
don't disagree.
so I'm saying that but what you're saying is you're talking about something different. You're talking about like marketing
Mhm.
and what surrounds the title. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about reviews of the actual content itself.
Yeah,
So for I'll give an
but
example. Yeah,
yes,
if a
I
movie
agree.
comes
I
out,
hear
if a
what you're
movie
saying.
comes out that is, like if for whatever reason, if let's say the West starts to hate Japan
Mm-hmm.
and they whatever reasons, yeah, and they start to say, well, this game is actually a 9 out of 10 game, but because it's Japan and we just don't like Japan for whatever reason, we're gonna score it a 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'm saying that review shouldn't count. That's not a review. Like
And
you,
I'm
you, you
saying,
you keep
yeah,
trying to
I hear what
you
you're
keep trying
saying.
to lump all
I hear
these
what
like
you're
people's
saying.
feelings that are detached from the actual
Yeah, but
content
like,
itself.
but
Like,
but
just a
but
quick
then I'll
example. Yeah,
say this to
I know
you.
a guy who like me and him had this discussion some time ago, and he told me that because a game has a lot of marketing and it's being pushed on them by the media, whatever it is, if it doesn't, blow him away, he'll give it a worse score. And I was like, wait. So it's not about what the developers actually made. It's because the marketing had a budget of 20 million. You're going to score by next like -2 points because it doesn't reach those expectations. He said, yeah. And I said, that's not a review of the actual content. He's like, I don't care. I was like, okay, well, your reviews are useless to me then. Because as a consumer, I'm not concerned. I've never purchased a game based on how much it costs to make. I don't care if your game took 10 developers or 500 developers. You can't tell me this game took 3,000 people to make. I'm not going to buy it. I don't care. So the question is, if I don't care and you don't care, why do we care about the marketing budget? Why do we care about what
So
somebody else is saying? Because Jax doesn't like the game and he posted on social media. Now I have to score it less. That doesn't make sense.
so bless your soul, Ty, for being like the good guy that you are. Most people actually do care, and like how it and you know this. Like at the end of the day, in the real world, how it works is that those feelings translate whether or not you make enough sales or your game becomes successful enough. Because again, I'll use Crimson Desert as an example for that. A lot of the things that was said about Crimson Desert was 100% accurate. A lot of the, and we've had this conversation for the last week, a lot of the criticism towards Crimson Desert and it being another collectathon like an Assassin's Creed game that everybody hates on, simply because it's an Ubisoft game. Crimson Desert gets a clean break. Like from the fans, it did not get like if I look at like and all you have to do is I just have to just let me just go look at a better game in my opinion in a lot of ways, Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Do you not think it's
Right?
like interesting how
And I
someone
don't know
can come
that
to you and say to you like, "Hey, I want to play, you know, is put in fact any game, right?" And you say, "Oh, what game do you want to play?" And the person says, "I want to play, um, you know, let's say Tekken, or let's say Assassin's Creed Shadows." And the game itself, this person doesn't care about social media. They care about the game. They want to buy the game and enjoy, have a good time. And then your response is, "Well, Shadows is a 9 out of 10 game if you just play for what it is and enjoy it. But if you consider what X person said online and B person said online, and the fact that like it's a bit woke, even though woke doesn't really matter, It's actually a 5 out of 10 game.
But like that's the thing. That
Do you
that's
not
woke
do you
not
not do
really
you not see how ridiculous that sounds?
no, but like but my thing is that like everything that you just said is subjective. So you saying that like woke matters to some people, to a huge segment of the market, it does matter. So these things are not, again, these are things that are material to the audience. So it might not matter to that specific person that you're talking to, and they'll listen to what you're saying. It's like, okay, woke, I don't care about that. I just care about gameplay, if the gameplay is good or not, and they'll listen to you. But if it's someone that cares about, well, it's got all these elements injected into it that I don't like, again, I have no opinion on that. Like my opinion is a little bit more complex when it comes to that topic. But the bottom line is that there's a huge segment of the population that say, well, immediately that's a no-brainer for me. I'm not going to support this game. So what I'm saying to you is that like these are things that affect like the person that played it for an hour. If his opinion resonates with another 10,000 people's opinions, it's going to make a material difference in terms of how your game is received. And I'm saying to you that it doesn't matter at the end of the day what your intentions were. What matters is how they were perceived for your said target audience. If it doesn't affect your target audience and your game still does great, then good for you. You have nothing to worry about.
That's all irrelevant in relation to the actual content, though. Like I
Well, I
don't know
mean,
what to, like, I don't even know what to say, because it feels like, if we went into some crazy future timeline in 100 years where everybody is extremely, let's say, whatever it is, anti-white, white, or whatever it is, then they look at Lord of the Rings, Tolkien's books, Game of Thrones, and they say, no, I don't care about the content. The fact that everyone here is white means that this is 0 out of 10. That's bullshit.
But like that has happened.
You
That
know,
has
you know
happened
yourself.
recently.
That's not a world you
That
would
has
like to
happened.
live in.
But then that has happened recently. Like for instance, that people that say, like for instance, who was it? There was an actor that recently said that, well, they don't acknowledge, or they're not, and they're in a fantasy show. They're
John
not
Boyega.
cool with Tolkien's work because of the fact that there's no black elves, or there's no
Okay,
representation.
okay. Wait, that's perfect, Jack. Now I'm asking you: is this statement bullshit?
It's bullshit to me. It's
No, no.
probably
Are you
to
correcting
who?
your statement?
Sorry.
Are you correcting your statement?
No, I'm not correcting my statement. I'm saying it's bullshit to have, like, for instance, it could be bullshit to me who thinks that, like, well, you know what, I don't need a person that looks like me on a
Do you think
show.
it's inherently racist to say that I will not watch a content, or, like, participate in a content, if there's no one that looks like me in that content?
No, I don't think it's racist. I think it's your preference.
Okay.
Like, well, why is it racist? Like, if you don't want to watch something because you don't feel represented in it, isn't that like been the narrative for the last 5 years? And I said, cool. Well, if that's your perspective, then that's fine. But don't complain about the thing and say, well, it's I don't like it, because you're allowed to, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that the 100 million people that disagree with you are wrong. So
No,
again,
no, but we just fundamentally disagree. I think you can't say, well, the reason I'm going to give Stellar Bit a 0 out of 10 is because there's no black person in the game. The reason I'm going to give Stellar Bit a 0 out of 10 is because it was made by Asian devs and not black devs. I just think this is a fundamental
well,
problem.
again, but then again, how many of those reviews, like, because you can take like 1 or 2 reviews and said, well, some people felt like that. How many of it had to do with other things?
But yeah, sure. But what I'm also
Like
saying is
maybe
that if
somebody played it
somebody
for an hour and they
reviews a
didn't like the
product, if
gameplay,
somebody
or
reviews
they
a
didn't
product
like
for 1 hour, less than an
sorry?
hour, I'm saying your review is useless to me.
No, but I'm saying that, like, well, you have to prove that. Like, if you're saying that my review, then you have to prove it on the merit of like what I did for an hour in that game, for me not to get value out of it. Like when I buy a product for
One
$70, I want to
hour's
get
worth of
value.
work in the game. No, I don't think that's a
Sorry?
valid review, because here's the thing. Yeah, I promise you this: every single body who's doing this, if they turned around and if IGN said, "Yeah, we played Crimson Desert for 1 hour, didn't like it, 0 out of 10," they'll lose their shit. Would they?
If they said what? If somebody said that they played
If
Crimson
IGN
Desert for an hour-
said we
but
played
like, I mean,
Crimson,
like, we can go
if
and look at
IGN
like,
said we played Crimson Deserts for 1 hour,
yeah,
4 out of 10, will people not lose their shit?
yeah. Like a lot of people
Okay,
would. Like,
so why are we not applying the same thing across? Like, this is weird to me. Like I don't know.
No, no, but like
I
then
don't even know
again,
what you're.
like
I don't
listen
know
to
what
what
we're
you're saying.
arguing.
Okay, wait, but listen to what you're saying. You're saying why are we not applying the same irrational? Because you're saying that this logic is irrational. Is that not what you're saying? Is that
Yeah,
like you
I'm saying this
approaching
is
this?
irrational. Yeah.
So you're saying why aren't we applying the same irrational logic across the board?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying to you, it's because of the fact that, like, well, the one side is the people that are part of the industry, which is the journalists that are measuring the thing, but they're not buying your
Do you
product.
think they're better than you?
Who's that?
The journalists. Do you think they know games better than you?
Ugh, it depends on the
Do
journalist.
you think they're like they're superior to you?
No, not necessarily. No, like
Okay,
I
so
mean, are you
why
going?
do you think their reviews are better? Like, if I want to, like, Loke loves Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah,
If I want to review Metal Gear Solid, I'm going to go to Loke. Why do I have to go to IGN when I have a friend who loves the
yeah,
franchise and plays the franchise? If I want to know something about Mass Effect,
yeah.
I can go to you. You playing it right now. You have thousands of hours within that game. Why
Yeah.
is IGN better at telling me about Mass Effect than you? Why should I value Mass Effect's opinion? Sorry, why should I value IGN's opinion on Mass Effect over yours? Please explain to me.
That's a good point. Like that, and again, that just comes to the crux of like like why should we
No,
listen?
but you haven't answered my question.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to answer my question. Why should I value IGN's opinion on Mass Effect
Okay.
over yours?
Well, because again, it depends what's important to you. Is authority important to you? Is reading official reviews
No.
from
Because
publications important?
remember, we're gamers. We care
Yeah,
about
yeah, we're
games.
gamers, but I'm asking you what's important to you. Like, what's if, like,
I want to play Mass Effect, and I want to
yes,
see if is it a good game, is it a bad game. I want somebody to tell me about Mass Effect. Why
okay.
is IGN's opinion on Mass Effect more valuable, more prestigious, and better than yours?
Well, again, it just depends who you ask. Ty. That's a very simple question to answer. It's like if you're asking, like, who are you asking? Are you asking me as an individual? If you're asking me, then I'll tell you, like, well, you know what? Because of the fact that like I follow Taye and I think Taye has better knowledge when it comes to Mass Effect, I would rather listen to his opinion. But if I'm someone who actually reads reviews and who follows IGN on Twitter, and my information about games comes through IGN and Twitter, then their opinion is more important to me. But if I'm someone that is,
The reason why so like gaming YouTube blew up, you can ask, Boom, Matty to an extent. You can ask all these YouTubers, why did you start making video games? And I said, because just like the guys in the media, I love games, and they were sharing their opinions, and I thought, well, I have a good opinion too. Like my opinion is actually valid. And then boom, all these channels started blowing up, 200K views, 200K subscribers, 500K subscribers. Like you ask people about Xbox, who knows Xbox more than Xbox? They'll say no, they're Xbox fans. They'll say the Randall Thor's knows Xbox more than people like the CEOs and corporate guys or whatever it is. So like it feels like we're almost undermining ourselves, saying that like, because I remember this happened, and you might remember it too, where Angry Joe, remember that guy? Yeah, he's still around. Yeah, Angry Joe.
yeah, I
He
follow
had a
Angry.
little spat with
Yeah.
the corporal guys of he had a spat with the corporal guys of IGN, and they were almost kind of like, I feel like they were looking down on him because he's a YouTuber. But as many people out there, they'll be like, no, he knows his content, he knows what he's saying. I just don't understand why we're devaluing ourselves for people who are paid in suits to do it, where we have more experience with some of these games. We know the industry probably better than them. They might know the business side of things. From a gaming perspective, we probably know things better. Like, didn't people all say the same thing? Like,
Yeah.
yo, Crimson Desert came out, and these dudes, one of the dudes in IGN, he didn't level up or whatever it is. Starfield came out, it was the exact same thing. People were saying like, yo, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't find this, you didn't find this and that. Like we critique these guys on a regular
And I
basis.
agree with you. Like,
okay, so tell me why, but you haven't told me why their opinion is more important than yours.
I don't think it is more important than mine. I never made the claim that their opinion was more important than mine. And again, like when we started this conversation, or like this whole about like about like gaming reviews, we're talking about the fact that like there's a discrepancy between what the fans think and what the professional reviewers think.
No, but the reason how we got here is because I
Yeah.
said if they gave a 1 hour review of Crimson Desert, would that be problematic? And you said
Oh,
everybody IGN, and you made a claim that like everybody who was dropping 1 hour reviews on Vilgard, they would
yeah.
go crazy for Crimson Desert, and I agree. And then I
No,
said,
like okay.
and I said,
So
I put that across the board, and then
I
your
said that
response was
people would
like,
disagree. Like if they dropped a 1 hour, they would disagree because it's IGN because they don't trust IGN. And
so
like they
why?
don't trust
So
IGN.
why? Okay. They don't trust IG. Okay, it's
Yeah.
1 hour. No. They would disagree because 1 hour is not enough to review a game.
No, well, they don't trust. They would agree. They would,
Wait.
wait.
Let's be. This
If,
is
if
wait. Can,
IGN
wait.
gave
Can we
it
just
an
wait? Let's actually
if
just clear
IGN
this
gave
part up real quick. Are you saying that if any media organization said we played a game for 1 hour, people would trust that media organization?
I would say that, like, well, depending upon what the review outcome was, that's what they would base it
Yeah.
on. If they
Okay.
say
But
they
like,
played
okay,
it for
but
an
from an
hour,
objective point of view,
okay,
though.
no, but like I'm answering your question as per how the industry works, how
Okay.
people in the industry work, how customers respond to things. If they agreed with the fact that, well, we played it for an hour and we thought it was a 9 out of 10, and they were talking about Crimson Desert, you would get almost no backlash
No.
from any
To be
fans.
true.
And I'm making that statement, right? That's the
True.
statement I'm
But do
making.
you not think some fans would be
So
like, okay, come on, guys, 1 hour though?
no, I don't think they would, because it's the same people that have a problem. Like, and again, I'll make a very simple example here. Very simple, like the same people that are complaining. Everything they complain about at Crimson Desert is the same things that they don't like about Assassin's Creed. But they're okay with Crimson Desert having those problems with no critique. So what I'm saying to you is they are biased inherently, and that's the point I've been making like this whole time. Is that like you're looking at an audience that is biased inherently, so they would, regardless, if they agreed with the 1 hour reviews of 9 out of 10, they would be okay with that review.
Okay.
And that's all I'm saying, is that they're biased. Like that's what it comes down to, is that you're not getting an objective point of
Okay,
view. You're getting a point
but
of
let's
view
go
that
back to you. Why are you participating in the fuckery?
what fuckery am I participating in?
When you said no, their reviews are valid. Why are you participating? Or unless you think 1 hour
So
reviews are
if their
valid.
reviews, so okay, so whose reviews are valid?
Okay,
Like,
wait. I guess we can just walk step by step. Would you respect a review from the media, IGN, GameSpot, all these journalists, if they said we only played this game for 1 hour, regardless if the score actually aligns with what you think? Would you respect that review?
from what, like, and okay,
The media, IGN, GameSpot, whatever, the media.
would I respect that review versus like a review from a customer?
No. I'm just a question. Would you respect a review from the media if they said, yeah, we played it for 1 hour?
I would not respect it more than specifically from IGN. I would not respect it from the fact that they played, what is it, Veilguard for 50 hours and they came out.
Can
with
you
a
see
big-
how you don't like you keep adding random?
I'm answering your question that I would not respect it because I don't respect IGN. Period.
Oh, and I said the media, GameSpot.
If it was GameSpot, I don't really have an opinion on GameSpot. Like, give me another reviewer that.
No, like it's not about opinion. I'm asking you just a very.
No, but you're asking me about
Fuzzy,
my
can you see what this guy is doing? Can you see what this guy is doing? Reggie, can you see what this guy is doing? I asked him if, okay, Fuzzy, let me ask you the question then.
Ask the question.
Would you respect a review from any media source that said, yeah, the game might be 50 hours, 40 hours, 70 hours, but I only played it for 1 hour, and here's my review score? Would you respect that review and say to yourself, you know what, this is a valid review? Or would you think 1 hour? What the hell? Less than 1 hour? That's the review. Regardless if the score actually aligns with what you think after your 50-hour playthrough.
I would ask you this question. So what if you have 50,000 people that played it for 1 hour and thought it was trash? Or didn't like or gave it a negative review?
I mean,
would
I
you
don't
say
know
all those people?
but I'm asking, would you respect the review?
And I'm saying that, like, no, I wouldn't respect the review because I don't respect that specific outlet's reviews. Like, I have no respect for. If you asked me, give me a review.
Ushers, you're not actually answering my question though. You keep putting other parts. You trying to qualify it. Just say the truth. Just say how you feel. Like just how you feel, so that we can
Like, but
jump.
again, it's not about how I feel. It's about like how valid the question is. You asking me if I would respect a
Is
review?
there a major? Okay, tell me the major source
Okay,
that you
so
like that you trust.
if Angry Joe, someone I respect, said I reviewed this game for
No, no,
one
no, no,
hour,
no. Before we get to Angry Joe, like
yeah,
just tell me, like from the media, like a IGN, GameSpot.
I don't personally take any professional reviews. It's only my reviews come from YouTubers.
Okay, but then just give me your objective take on this. Then, would you respect a review from any you said you have no opinion on
No, I
GameSpot.
wouldn't.
Okay, okay.
Absolutely.
Would you respect a
Yes.
review from GameSpot if they said we played this for
No,
less
I
than 1
wouldn't.
hour, or would you respect it more if they said we played it for 200 hours?
No, it would, like, again, that's immaterial to me because again, like, someone can play something for 200 hours and they could love it and I could hate it.
That's not a question.
No, because, like, again, there's a material measure there, Tai, and
I'm
the
not
material
asking if
measure is
I'm not
that
asking if you love or hate. I'm
200
asking you about the.
hours matters. What this is my saying, right? If your game cannot grab me in an hour, and then somebody said it couldn't grab them in an hour, there's things I can respect in that. I can say, you know what, I don't want to spend more than an hour of my time playing a game before I know that this game is for me. If you said you spent 70 hours on that game and only after 10 hours the game grabbed you, am I supposed to respect that because you played the game more?
Okay.
You understand where this is subjective. It's not like there is no metric that you could put here that is completely objective in the sense that, like, well, 100 hours is better than 1 hour in terms of gameplay. You've given, it depends who you are speaking to, who you are communicating to, who's your audience. Like, does your audience care about a game
You
after
know,
10
I was
hours?
saying this to one of my guys. Like, I was like, the problem with society now is that no one wants to like bite the bullet and make a claim, and more importantly, everybody is about their feelings. Well, everyone wants to qualify everything about like their feelings, and because we're focused so much on subjectivity, this is why we're in this current climate, because it's about people's feelings. No one wants to be objective and just say what the actual truth is. They want to qualify things for their side, but go back and forth. Like, I don't, like it's just like I can say what is objectively true and what is objectively wrong and bad, but it just feels like in society no one wants to
But,
do this
like, my
thing anymore.
question to you is that, is it objective if it's subjective to your opinion? Like, how is it objective if it's
Can
just
we
how, like,
objectively say reviewing something for 1 hour is not as good as reviewing something for, let's say, 30 hours? Especially when it comes to entertainment that progresses as time goes on.
and again, entertainment is subjective, Tai. Like,
I mean, like,
what is the
so
objective
you
measure?
see, like it's almost
No,
like
like,
I'll be very clear. We
it's
can't
objective.
analyze
It's
anything
objective.
if it's
Like,
just subjectivity.
how can you like measure something that is completely subjective and say, well, can you measure this for me? Hours are not going to quantify the objectiveness of what you're talking about. Like, because to me, a game, again, as I said to you, I'm a guy that a game needs to get me in the first hour.
Fuzzy says it's not a review of the game; it's a review of the first hour of the game. That's completely useless if I'm trying to decide to spend my money. If somebody says I've spent 40 hours playing this game, the game is I've done everything in the game. Here is a
Yeah.
detailed analysis on the gameplay, the story, the characters, how things develop, etc., etc., etc. That would allow you to come to the conclusion if you should buy the game or not. That is a well-rounded review. Somebody who says played it for like 45 minutes,
Yeah.
meh, don't like it. Like, how's that a I don't even know what to say. I don't know how that's like a review.
And again, it depends. Like, so who read that review and thought it was a good review? Like, again, if you fuzzy and you want the detailed analysis to say, well, if I'm going to be spending X amount of money, I need to know detail, then that review matters to you. But if you somebody that says, well, you know what, I didn't like how the gameplay is the first hour, and like I wasn't interested, and then that spoke to you, I don't see how that disqualifies that person's opinion to you. It's completely subjective. There is no sort of like metric that you could put there that says, well, this is, we can measure this according to this. No, there isn't. It's completely subjective.
Okay, so I'm asking you then.
Yeah.
Do you value 1 hour reviews more than reviews than somebody who's paid for 30 hours?
If I read 50,000 of them and they say the same thing, yes, I do. Versus if it's just one from a publication.
But you see, why are you qualifying it? Just say you don't.
Okay,
I don't know why you had to say 50,000. Like you keep qualifying these things.
Okay, cool.
Like
Okay,
you're
cool.
so slimy. Like you're like
Why
a
is
right
that
winger.
slimy?
Like
Why
you
is
always.
adding,
Like,
why is adding
why must
qualified?
you? You know what I mean? It's like
I don't understand.
it's like you saying like I don't understand why you just can't bite the bullet. Like what are you afraid of? Like God damn.
I prefer nuanced
Like
answers.
like
Yes, no answers because
like
yes and no
is
answers
what's
don't
happening
achieve.
in Ukraine or the Middle East bad? Well, Taye,
Okay,
if you think about it, it's like, is it bad? Just say what you feel.
so like, look, I'll say this: do I value 1 hour reviews from Steam? Yes, I do. Do I value 1 hour reviews from IGN? No, I don't. Does that answer your question better?
So now you're telling me you don't actually value the media's more, and you value more Steam people's review.
Correct. Yes.
You value a Steam review. Okay, wait, to be clear,
Correct.
wait,
Correct.
wait. I don't
And
even
then
know how
after
we
that,
get to
we're
this
gonna
point.
move on because we
Wait, yeah, you know what?
talk
Let's
about.
just move on. Yeah, because like this is. I mean, listen, everybody who's watching this, you've heard, you've seen what's going on. It is what it is.
Oh,
Already scored
jeez,
my points.
Jesus! Like talking to Taya, sometimes I feel like I'm trying to negotiate
The
with the
people who feel
wife.
like they have to negotiate, are people who tend to like say outlandish things, like like what you said is completely outlandish.
Oh, jeez. Okay, Taya. Anyways, Taya, what we're looking at in the screen right here is Gears of War, something we're supposed to
Well,
talk
actually,
about.
do you think we should jump to Mass Effect first because we're talking about Mario, which is media? And then we can
Yeah, but like,
no.
do you want
Whatever
to
you want to do
do
is just
that
like
now or later?
Mario
Okay, cool.
to Mass Effect.
Let's do Mass Effect.
No, we don't. Whatever
Um,
you want to do, I'm game. I
but I
just
want to
thought
put
it
some
might
footage on
transition
for
better.
Mass Effect. But like, you start. So, what is the news, Ty? Like, do you have like the article? Do you want to share it with us, and then maybe go through it in detail? Because I want to get some Mass Effect footage while you play.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, we can just jump straight to Gears of War. Then I think that's fine.
Okay, you're still looking for the thing.
When
Ah.
I didn't, I didn't think.
Okay, cool. So, okay, cool. So let's start with Gears, and then we'll go to Mass Effect. So, but again, like there's a tie here because both Gears, right? And we spoke about this. So both Gears and okay, Mass Effect is on Amazon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gears is coming to Netflix, in my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Gears is probably going to be streaming on Netflix. I believe that they're busy with the show. Last time I checked, but what's his name? Batista was in talks because he's really wanted to be part of Gears. He was part of Gears 5. So he's really wanted to be part of the series, and I heard that he is probably going to be part or involved in the series as well. So the reason why we brought up Gears is because Gears came up prominently in terms of when it comes to topics this week, when everyone was talking about Xbox. So there's a lot of talk. Like I saw a lot of guys that are big in the Xbox community, like Tim Dog, saying things like Gears is going to be exclusive. I think personally, I dismiss those claims. I think they're a bit silly. However, there's been huge talk because Asha Sharma announced that there will be a Gears showcase, and this will be part of the overall Xbox showcase. They'll have a dedicated event for Gears, same way that they did, like for instance, for Starfield. And a lot of people started speculating in terms of what they're expecting to see there, what that show would be like, and what are some of the things that Xbox potentially might announce for for that game. I like what Fuzzy is saying here. He's saying, but he's like, it's not even that he's too old, Fuzzy. To me, he just doesn't even have the actual look anymore. He's lost a lot of weight, so he doesn't have that whole Marcus Phoenix thing going for him. So it would be interesting to see how they sort of like go through with that. Fuzzy also says timed exclusive. So, and again, Fuzzy, that's an interesting conversation to have. Would it make a difference, do you think, if they made Gears timed exclusive? Ty,
Yes.
I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah. So I think there's a few things here. In terms of the Batista question that Fuzzy said, he is too old. I don't know if he has the legs to do it, especially if it's going to be a TV show and it's going to be multiple seasons. Normally, you should be getting somebody who's a bit younger now to, especially when you want to start a new franchise. So that's number one. If this was maybe Halo, you could have gone away with it because you could have said, the helmet stays on, right? So you don't need to show Batista. He can just do kind of like voice work. However, if Gears of War is not about helmets, it's you can see everyone's face just like we can see on the screen right now. So I think Batista's time has kind of gone for that. I would love him to be in the show in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's what they probably will do. They'll say, you know what, you cannot be the main guy, but you can be like, somebody who goes around helping them, and you can be somebody who dies. So we'll kind of give you like a good lead. We'll change the game up a little bit. Markers will be markers. All the main guys are the main guys, but you could always add somebody new to kind of like to keep Batista relevant, right? And that happens a lot when it comes to books. Game of Thrones included certain characters who weren't in the books to kind of help with some transitional parts within the show. Even the Expanse did that as well. So what that happens is you merge 2 or 3 characters together who are not so big, and you don't really want to give screen time to these guys. So you merge them into one character, and then that kind of gives that character more of an impact. So you could do that with Batista in some way, shape, or form. So I agree with Fuzzy there, and yeah, put him in the show in some way, shape, or form. The next thing he says about time exclusive, he thinks Gears will be a timed exclusive. I think in the way Forza was a timed exclusive due to technical reasons, Gears of War could be a exclusive from a technical point. The Coalition are not used to making games for PlayStation, right? So the studios that have experience making games for PlayStation probably know how to transition to PC, Xbox, and PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. The Coalition doesn't have that experience. Therefore, I think it's gonna take some. They might need some more time to transition it. However, if I'm Asher and we want to, be in the good graces of Xbox, make them feel good, I think it might be good to have Gears of War as a timed exclusive. But at the same time, you probably might need to be clear with the fans, because if you say Gears of War is an exclusive, and then next year you say it's coming on PlayStation, that might hurt the Xbox fans because they might think exclusives are a thing. So what I would say is that in the showcase, if it is going to be a timed exclusive, and it's because you've decided you want it to be a time exclusive, I think you need to tell the fans that, like, hey, the approach going forward now is that the Xbox ecosystem will have exclusive content, but it will be timed exclusive. Something else you could say, if you haven't decided yet, but Gears of War has already been made for PlayStation, is you can kind of tell them that, like, when it comes to games with multiplayer elements, there will be multi-platform. And unfortunately, Gears will have a single player mode, a multiplayer mode, and it will also have a raid / extraction mode. Honestly, I think, listen, I'll be real with you. If I'm the Coalition, I would have reached out to some other teams and say, we need you to make an extraction mode. Like, Xbox can literally make an extraction mode with Gears of War.
But they already have, like, even this, like, this Hive Busters thing is like an extraction type of mode.
Exactly. So you can
have
expand
to
on
go
that
into the enemy base, and then, like, because you know most how Gears works. One of these monsters captures you, puts you in its belly, takes you all the way down, and then you need to escape from there. And I don't know if I can't remember if, like, there's other people in the same thing that you can escape with, but they do have, like, to your point, like a loose version of, like, an extraction mode that they can make like a main mode.
Yeah, and if they were smart about it, like, this is the I always say, like, there's 2 things that Xbox needs to change if they ever want to go back to exclusives, and that's the business side of things, and that's the creative side of things. And Fuzzy says it will make people happy. I don't know if did you want to read that out loud, or
No, go ahead.
Because it says it will make some people happy if Gears is exclusive. Don't think it'll move too many consoles though.
Yeah,
Um,
same.
it here's what I think: it'll make the fans happy, and I think there will be some consoles sold. I don't know if it'll be like it would have sold more than Starfield, for example. However, when it comes to like selling consoles, there needs to be a growing effect. So Gears won't sell consoles it won't sell consoles, like you're right. However, if you had if you had Fable as an exclusive, Forza as an exclusive, and Gears as an exclusive, you had those three titles as exclusives for the year, you will sell more consoles for sure, because now there's a momentum. And there's somebody out there who's like, damn, Xbox, Developer Direct was dope. Damn, Showcase was dope. Damn, Fable was dope. You know what? I might want to get an Xbox now. And then, damn, oh, that Halo remake, oh, it looks good. I heard there's new exclusive missions. Damn, Forza's good. And then it builds up the momentum. So, and because GTA is coming out on Xbox, you might say, yo, there's 5 titles on Xbox I want to play. And then we got GTA coming out, so I got to move on to the next gen anyway. So maybe Xbox is the best bet for a next gen console as opposed to a PlayStation. It's all about the momentum building.
So let me ask you this. So what about the whole thing about like, well, you know what, if you don't release games day and date, then you sort of hurt your exclusivity, which is what a lot of people say is the reason why PlayStation did not make good money on PC. So what would be the point of not releasing your games day and date on Xbox and PlayStation 5 if you know you're going to make less money anyway and you're not going to bank away or like have much more bankable sort of like releases because of the fact that you're staggering. Maybe you're releasing the 6 months a year from now. You're not going to have the same marketing push than when the game initially came out. So why would you do that if it's not great, if it's going to hurt your sales on PlayStation? If that's the perception, anyway.
No, that's a great point, and I actually agree with that point. It makes sense for them to do day and date. I think there's a slight difference when it comes to building an ecosystem, because I think what day and staggering the releases does, especially when you're gonna keep releasing multiple content, like again, Fable, Forza, Gears, and other exclusive content, is it does build a level of not formal per se, but it builds a level of wants towards your ecosystem. And that can transition to selling more consoles. Now, if you just said everything's going to be exclusive, I think that's the better play.
Yeah, you see, I agree with you. Like, I feel that, like, if you're just going to, like, to me, timed exclusive doesn't do what you're trying to accomplish. It still doesn't put that sort of like, well, it's either or. It's either you're on our platform or you're not. And I feel that, like, if they really want to go through with this convincingly, they would have to sort of present that either or to the audience.
I agree with you. I actually 100% agree with you. I think either do it or don't do it. Like, I think for the people within the ecosystem who are staying, who are exclusives, they like exclusives, but it's not the be all end all. So that's not people like you. That's people like me who want to get that hybrid system. I do think that idea it's another unique selling point to the platform. However, you're right. It's not going to bring in everybody that you would have if you were full exclusive. So 100% I agree with you. Either do it or don't do it. For sure.
So and again, to agree with your point, like, I'm one of those people that if they committed to saying, well, we're bringing back Xbox being an exclusive platform where you only get these type of experiences, I would definitely jump back on that. That would be the thing that would sort of like get me, because again, I always say that, like, I'm very specific about the things that I'm interested in when it comes to Xbox and Xbox's success. If Xbox is not doing those things, then that success doesn't really mean anything to me or doesn't make any sense to me. So if they brought back exclusives, sorry?
No, I agree. Everything you're saying, I agree with. However, I'll say one thing though. I'll say one thing. I think, like, let me be clear. I agree with you. So if you go for like exclusives, I think you bring more people back into your ecosystem.
Yeah.
If you don't go for like if you drop there in dates, then this is the opposite end. If you do
Exactly.
a staggered releases, I don't think you go halfway. I think you actually just go like maybe a quarter way, right? So
Yeah.
staggered is a bit iffy. However, why I think they can go from a quarter to halfway is Xbox. Excuse me. Xbox has like 35 plus studios and they have amazing
Yep.
IPs, which
Agreed.
means that even if they go staggered, they can say, yeah, but we're dropping like nine AAA to AA blockbusters on a regular basis. So now you're going to be more incentivized because if Sony says, for example, right, we are going to, stagger our releases, you can kind of say like, well, you're only releasing Wolverine 1 year, and the next year it's
Mhm.
the Intergalactica. So basically, like, there isn't that much content on a regular basis. But if
Yeah.
Xbox says they're releasing one game a year, we're releasing 5 games a year that are amazing. I think that is enough to make some people say to themselves, like, you know what, even though they're staggered releases, those 5 games are dope. So I'm gonna go to the other side and then purchase it. So I think that kind of brings it to a half a point. Um, Fuzzy says it's in a really tough spot. We're talking about Gears of War. It's in a really tough spot because it launches in the fall on PS5. It has to launch before GTA and COD, which puts it head to head with Wolverine and Phantom Blade. I
Yeah.
think Gears
Like.
does better than Phantom Blade. Not better than
Yeah.
Wolverine.
Easily. But like I think this year, like and again, I don't think Gears is coming out this year. I think it's a 2027 game. Um, because like if GTA confirms a drop date, a lot of shit is going to be moved around because people know that it's just not going to be doing business around the time that like Gears is not a significant enough of like in the movies they have what they call them, but movies that are sort of like um the anti whatever is like the big movie at the time, like the
Blockbuster.
no, like blockbuster of course is like your big movie, but then you have oh yeah the counter programming. So you could have like Avengers Endgame come out. That's your big blockbuster movie, and then you have another movie that is maybe not as big as Avengers Endgame, but that's just as popular or just as a huge fan base. Then you have what they call counter programming, which is a smaller comedy thing that's coming out around the same time, but it will find an audience because it's all the people that are not into that big thing that's coming out. I assure you that Gears cannot be counter programming for GTA because it's targeting exactly the same 17 to 30 something audience. So they have to move it out of the way. If it's in any shape or form close to GTA, that's not a game that you want to release during then because it's gonna suffer. Like you want to literally clear by 6 months if needed away from GTA. Like smaller games can be counter programming. Platformers like a Mario game can come out at the same time, won't make much of a difference. But anything that is like an action that appeals to that 17 to 30 demographic, forget about releasing it around the same time.
I think I agree with you overall because like I think we both agree that as a baseline point that any like even Fuzzy would say anything coming out around GTA is going to suffer no matter what you are. The question is how much will you suffer from a genre perspective? And I think I would say that Gears of War being a hardcore, mature third person shooter um is very different from GTA in that sense. So I don't think it's going to
Really?
suffer. Yeah, I don't see Gears of Us like if you
Hmm.
were to ask me, yeah, what's going to suffer more, Ghost of Yote, Assassin's Creed Shadows, or Gears of War? I think Ghost of Yote and Shadows suffers more. I think, for example, a game like Death Stranded 2 doesn't suffer as much because it's uniquely different. I think
Hmm.
Astro Bot doesn't suffer as much because it's uniquely different. I think like
Okay.
look at what we're seeing here. Gears of War is literally a action adventure shooting third person shooting game.
But
Whereas
yeah.
I think games that are more open world games and are more casual focus will definitely suffer because that audience will pivot towards GTA.
So
If you,
like the only reason I
I'll finish up
disagree
with this.
with you.
If you're like a if you're a Metro Prime fan, you're not
Yeah.
suffering. If you're a Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat fan, you're not suffering. GTA is very, very different. Like you will lose sales. Let's just, I mean, we'll admit that, or you're going to lose sales. The question is how much is GTA going to affect you? And I think from a genre perspective, some genres are more immune um,
Okay,
than other genres.
I don't disagree with you that like it could still find an audience, but I just think like yes, as you'd be chopping your audience off at that feet significantly because again, for me, it's the target audience, which is the 18
Mm.
to 30 something demographic that like all of them, Ty, I guarantee you, are going to be playing GTA, and that game is probably going to be like an 80-hour game to a 100-hour game. Are they going to have any capacity to buy anything else? Maybe as a to sort of like give them a break from GTA, but would you want to take that chance as a studio that's making a game for a similar demographic in terms of
What I think
years?
what's important here is like I don't know if Gears is necessarily. I mean, obviously it is, but I think when we see Gears of War E Day, what they're saying is we're banking on the people who love Gears of War to come through. They're going to be the
Yeah.
main pillar for this game, and then you guys are going to be the word of mouth, and you guys are going to like try to spread it to other shooting fans or whatever it is. I don't know if they're necessarily looking at the 18 to 30-year-old mark. I think they're looking for like people within that range as well who like you just like shooting games, who just want something interesting to play. Um, I'll put it to you this way, and I'll put it to Fuzzy as well. Well, Fuzzy says, I'm guessing it's going to launch in September with Wolverine. Yeah, that's a different kind of game. But Fuzzy, I'll put it this way,
Oof.
yeah. Which
Again,
out of all the
can I
Xbox's title coming out this year, sorry, I'll just go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you. Like, can I also say that I think it's a mistake even releasing Wolverine because Wolverine, same target audience. Like to
Hmm.
me, that 17 to 30 is danger. Like I don't care if you're Sony, dude. Like when GTA hits, no one is talking about anything. No one is like even in terms of like your marketing push, Taya, in terms of like your media coverage regardless of how good your game is, how great your studio is, you're taking a significant hit in terms of like how much people are actually going to care about your product versus the fact that GTA is out
But
during the
also,
same vicinity.
that's what Fuzzy is saying. He's saying that like he can see why they won't release it on PlayStation because PlayStation has Phantom Zero and they also have obviously they have GTA the casual market and they also have Wolverine. They have all these titles that's going to like dwarf that's going to make Gears look
Oh, you
small.
mean for Gears? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
I
he's
see.
saying that like if you know that's gonna
Oh,
happen, just
I
release
see.
it as an Xbox exclusive. So you get the
Okay, I
you
hear
get the
what you're
fan base on your side, and then you have Game Pass to kind of like help it with players, to kind of like help Gears grow,
saying.
and then release Gears of War on 2027 on PlayStation when things are quiet and they don't have anything like that title.
Yeah. So that makes sense. But I would still not release a game. Personally, I would want to move 6 months either before or ahead of
Wait,
Gears. Oh,
you
yeah.
think you think 6 months everyone's not gonna drop any game?
No, I
I mean,
think if you want,
even Wolverine's dropping within 6 months
but
of
that's what
the
I'm saying is I wouldn't drop Wolverine during that same period, dude. Like I would, if you asked me as a studio head and you gave me, I would say I don't want to drop the same year that Gears drops. Like we need to make a plan. Sorry, not Gears, GTA. I don't want to be in any vicinity close to when that thing
So
hits. Like it's
I
a
think I
phenomenon.
agree with you. I think where I
Yeah.
would disagree is well, no, I don't actually. Okay, I don't actually agree.
So
But
so
let's I agree with you a little bit, right?
so let
My
me say this right.
mhm.
I'll just qualify it with one thing to say you still gonna if you're a big franchise, right? Like if you are a Gears, you're a Call of Duty or whatever, you're still gonna make money. But I'm still saying that you're losing a lot of money simply because you're just close or you're in the same vicinity that GTA. There's a lot of money that you're gonna leave on the table simply because of the fact that you are in the same time frame or window that GTA is in. I'm not saying that your game is gonna flop, no.
Mhm.
But I'm just saying
So
I would not want to leave those sales on the table.
yeah, I think you're saying like your revenue Apple will be reduced. I think
100%.
that what might happen here is you might actually hurt yourself. And I'm just speculating here. First, let me know if you agree. I think you might hurt yourself longer term because if you're a platform holder like Xbox, you do need to release titles to bring in the revenue. So
Yes.
One of the things we critique Xbox for in 2020 was there was no games, right? And if I'm an Xbox, if I'm in the Xbox ecosystem, and we're like, yo, we ain't dropping gears within 6 months. I'm like, okay, so for that 6 months that we're waiting for GTA, what are you
Yeah.
giving me? Because Sony's getting because Sony's getting Wolverine, and they're getting the other game that Phantom Blade Zero. But you're telling me that I have to wait? Not again. This is just 2020 all over again. Nah, I'm out of here, bruh. I'm going to
So
PlayStation because they just seem to value the customers more.
I just want to check for a similar time period.
Wolverine is gonna be a 20-hour game, says Fuzzy. Gears will
Say
probably be even shorter. People will have plenty of time before
20,
GTA. Fuzzy also says it's like 2.5 months before GTA. Yeah,
GTA.
yeah. Listen, I agree. I'm agreeing with Fuzzy here overall. Ideally, is it better to release your game in a different time frame from GTA 6 months before whatever it is? Yeah, for sure. But if you're a platform holder, I don't know if you can afford to be quiet um, for that long, especially when your competitor is saying, "Yo, here's Wolverine, here's Phantom Blade Zero."
Okay, cool. Now I hear you. I just want to check something when this has happened in the past. Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. So I'm just looking at, like, for instance, GTA 4, which was at that time the biggest game release up until that point. 2008 game releases. So GTA 4 came out. Blah, blah, blah. This was in 2008. Metal Gear came out the same year. Dead Space came out the same year. Mirror's Edge came out the same year. So, I don't know how far apart they came, but like all those games are big. They're big deals, especially for the PS3, Xbox 360. Fallout 3 and Fable 2 came out the same year. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Like,
I
I
think
think
I think listen,
my theory is wrong.
Xbox has momentum right now
Oh,
with
wait. Call of Duty World at War, which was okay in size, not that big. But guess what else came out that same year? Gears of War 2, which was
ooh,
probably the most successful Gears of War
there you go.
in the history of the franchise. So, okay, I'm wrong.
This is what happens when
Oh,
you look at
wait. Sorry, one more. Super Smash Bros. So what? Super Smash Bros. Brawl
Bros.
and
Yeah.
Mario Kart Wii and
Listen,
Animal Crossing came out that same year. Okay, cool. So I take it back. I'm wrong. Um,
listen, this is what data does, like
those are
but to be
like,
clear, like regardless of data,
wow.
I think we probably all agree on the sentiment that you can't tell your user base, oh, there's no games coming from us for 6 months because of GTA, which is a multi-platform game.
Yeah.
And the competitors, because Nintendo just dropped Pokemon, Nintendo are gonna drop more games this year. And then
Mm.
PlayStation is like, oh, well, we're gonna drop Wolverine and Phantom Blade Zero, but Xbox guys are like, nah, we're not gonna drop anything. Like it just doesn't look good
No.
optically.
No, like, so I'm wrong. Like, I think historically, just by that year, I'm proven wrong because even if you look at the data, back then people bought more games in terms of like physical copies, etc., etc. So buying those games was much more of an effort than it is buying those games now. So yeah, dude, I'm completely wrong there. So okay, cool. Let's see how it does. Like, let's, because everybody also wants that year where all the big, heavy hitters. I mean, we've got Fable coming out this year, and again, like, do you think it's good for Xbox to have Fable, Forza 6, and Gears coming out the same year?
Yeah,
What do
hundred
you
percent,
guys think in chat?
100%.
You think it's a good thing? Oh, and Halo, the combat, yeah, evolved. What is it
Yeah,
called?
how
Combat
about
Reloaded or
I
something.
just call it remake.
Yeah, Combat Remade or whatever. So wow, so it is a big year for these sort of like tentpole games. And I was wrong because there's been other years where there's been similar sort of interest.
Fuzzy says Smash Bros. Melee and Halo CE came out a few days apart. Two goats. Forza Horizon will be 500 hours. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, I think Gears of War should be fine. And I guess I'll ask you guys this question. I want to ask Fuzzy this as well, and you too, Ashes. If you could put any game to go up against, I don't want to say go up against GTA, but let it come out like a few months before GTA, that would have least effect on sales, which game from the Xbox catalog would that be? Would that be Fable, Forza, or Gears?
Just before GTA, I would put Forza.
Forza.
Um,
Okay.
Fable again needs to be that like triple A experience that anyone needs to look forward to. So I don't know how far away from GTA. Would I put it after or before? I would probably put it after, and then yes, when do I put Gears? Um, but again, like it depends what you're trying to do, right? Because putting Gears right next to um, GTA could do great for your marketing, or any of those games right next to GTA if you market it correctly. Again, like if you use that whole counter programming type of thing. So, well, Gears, you market it as a 12-hour game versus a 120-hour game with GTA type of thing. Like, it just depends how well you do the marketing. So, yeah, like I think all of those games would do well if marketed and positioned properly around any time around. Based on just what I just saw now, like it makes sense to me. Like you could still have a number of like huge tentpole successes around GTA. Not sure if that answers your question though.
No, no, it does. It does.
So I think we spoke about Mario. We've we didn't speak about Eidos Montreal's layoffs. Just before we get, or do you want to get to Mass Effect first? I've got some video for
Yeah, we
Mass
can get
Effect.
to Mass Effect.
Okay, let's do Mass Effect. You can start. It's okay. I'm gonna play the stuff now.
Yeah, sure. So for Mass Effect, Amazon has allegedly asked for the TV adaptation of Mass Effect 5 to be rewritten to make it more appealing to non gamers. That's according to Ankler, which reports that the new head of global TV, Peter Friedlander, has asked to read the scripts of all in development projects before awarding that all important confirmation green light. As noted by IGN, this leaves the drama series on the verge of full order, leaving the production and us in limbo while we wait a decision. It's not clear what aspects of the script Friedlander thinks could put off those coming into the franchise for the first time. Amazon's Mass Effect TV adaptation was officially announced in November 2024. Last summer, it was revealed the Mass Effect series would be helmed by many of the team behind Amazon's Fallout show. The incredibly successful game to TV adaptation that notably takes inspiration from the games without following them directly. There you go.
Okay. So, do you want to go first? Because I know how I feel about like that whole approach. I'm not a big fan. Um, so, like, I don't think it's a good idea to. And again, we had a brief conversation about this earlier. I don't think it's a good idea to have a show that is not made for Mass Effect fans at heart. And this is just from my experience with things that have like lore like Mass Effect that's very very deep, and where you have a huge already built-in audience. You wanna piggyback of that the same way that you did with Fallout, where you stuck almost to the T to the lore because of the fact that the guy that directed it is a Fallout fan, versus what you had with Halo, which was another Xbox production that did exactly the opposite. The people didn't watch they didn't play the games, they didn't care about the games, and then that's what you got. So I don't see that working. Like I think that's a horrible idea. Like I don't think you should do that. Like there's very few examples where that has worked. In fact, I can't think of any. I would love a good like demonstration of like where has this worked, where you ignore the core audience to do your thing, and then it turns out to be a success.
Every adaptation to me, or every adaptation in general, has to appeal to its respective medium. So when you write The Witcher, or when you write Game of Thrones, you have to adapt it to the audience. You can't say, well, this is the book and we're going to do it like one for one. Because it's just not going to make sense. Everybody who's worked in these adaptations knows that you can't do it one to one. So when we look at Fallout, I think the reason why people enjoy Fallout is because the themes of Fallout are still there. It's dark, it's gritty, it's comedic in some sense. There's a grayness to it. Therefore, it works. If you embody the Mass Effect universe in terms of its moral complexity, you will be in a situation where the fans can, I don't want to say adapt, but adapt to the adaptation because the themes that made them love Mass Effect is there. Something else I think is really, really important that I think is being left out is when you brought up the Halo example. The issue with the Halo example is you could argue the themes were a bit off, but more importantly, they were depicting a character that is already known and loved, and they've changed the way he acts. And they've changed characters around him to fit a specific mode that they want to do. The new Mass Effect game is confirmed to be post Mass Effect 3, which likely means the characters of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 will not be involved. Therefore, you cannot complain if the character doesn't really fit your style, if the character is whatever. This is a brand new individual. And I think that's the key thing here. Now, is it possible that these changes could be bad for the franchise overall? Maybe. Is it possible that these changes will bring in more users to the franchise from a TV perspective? Yes, that's also a possibility. And I think what you want to do is you want to grow the fan base. You want to grow the IP. So I'm perfectly fine with them making changes that makes the TV users happy. That is what you should do. If you're not going to adapt to the medium, then why even bother? Like, what would be the purpose? That's my take on it.
Yeah, so again, like what you're saying, there's a lot of truth to it, but like we just have to like observe clearly, like where is this worked and where does where is this not work. Like for instance, with Fallout is like, of course, the Nolans, Jonathan Nolan, his wife, they understand how to make great cinematic TV. They understand what that audience needs, but at the same time, what they did is they took exactly what is in the Fallout universe and they presented it to, like, okay, cool. The people that were making this, or the people that are the core audience, will get all these things. But at the same time, we're making a story that hits all the broad strokes that a typical audience will understand. I'm for that. But I'm saying that the moment you, as part of your of your objective, is to make something that's not for the audience, that's for the thing, I think that's you start to set the wrong goals, because you start to put the wrong people in places simply because of the fact that, like, well, they're good at, this is a good writer, this is a good director, they've done this sort of thing, but it's not necessarily the right people for your source material or what you're trying to create on screen. So I worry when somebody says stuff like that. I already worry immediately, because the fact that I still don't have a huge enough in terms of like examples where I can say, well, there's a lot of times when they've tried this and it's worked. And the example I gave you was the MCU. In the MCU, when they were still targeting the main audience, which was the nerds that read the comics, and they stuck very close to how those characters were, it worked. When they started to pursue different goals and different objectives, and as a result, it reflected in the characters that they were showing in the MCU, it fell apart. So to me, that's important. So I get what you're saying about, like, well, yeah, it's not about your shepherd and your shepherd story, but again, it's about races, characters, and places that people recognize. And
But
you
like
want to make
none of this is true.
okay, go ahead.
Like you said, like the MCU started to like what do you mean? Like, because if you
So
look at the original, if you look at like 1, 2, and 3, the
Mhm.
Marvel movies, yeah, they were. I mean, sorry, phase one, phase two, and phase three. Yeah, they were good, but like they took those storylines and they adapted them. They still had to adapt them to TV. It wasn't one to
They
one.
did absolutely, but at the same time, they adapted them in such a way that they stayed faithful to their counterparts within the comics.
I mean, like I know people who read those comics and they were like they're different.
No,
If you
no,
mean like
like
if you mean the themes and the essence was more or less the same, but
yes,
like but okay, but what made the themes and the essence different in phase four and five?
because of the fact that you now removed the core, like for instance, the theme, like all the characters that for number one, all the characters that the audience cares about, you didn't focus on. So
No, but
all the
no,
characters you focused on were the
that's not the
characters.
same thing though, because we're not talking about. We're saying that like phase one and phase two and phase three worked out well because you
Yes,
stuck to the core themes. Not about the characters, you stuck to the core themes of the comics,
okay,
right? So I'm
but
saying that
like
like
this,
so you can't talk about
so
removing the characters
hold
from
up.
phase four.
So there's a very important distinction there. So you say you stuck to the core things that made the characters in the comics. Is that your point? Is that like that's what made that
No, no,
good?
I'm saying that like the people I know who watch these things, they say no, the comics were different from the show. Like
100%. But the
Black
characters,
even Black Panther was
because
different as
like,
well. Hmm.
so what it comes down to is that with Marvel, the characters are important, and they're important to the people. Like Captain America is important to the people that care about Captain America. Spider Man, all these characters are important to their audiences, right? And what Kevin Feige did very well is that he didn't change the core of those characters. Tony Stark was still the same sort of like drunk, person with issues and whatever that people identified within the comics. And he still had the same power set. They changed one or two things, but it was still the same recognizable character if you're a comic reader. Captain America, despite being Chris Evans and being a much more modern Captain America, he still was the core in terms of like who he was as a character in the comics, which was a man with a good heart. That's what made him a great soldier. It's not because he was the toughest or the biggest guy, or he took secret soldier serum. It's the fact that he was a man with a good heart, and they got that. So all these characters, they were able to translate them from their comic counterparts, which are much more simplistic, and made them very, very three-dimensional. But at the same time, the people that read the comics could recognize those characters. Where they messed up with phase 4 and 5 is like, for instance, I'll use one example: She-Hulk. She-Hulk is supposed to be a character that appeals to a male demographic around their teens. They tried to take that character and make her a feminist character that now had to appeal to a feminist audience. And all the sex appeal, all the naughtiness that those comics had in the 80s was removed to try and cater to a very different audience. Another example with that would be Black Panther. Black Panther is supposed to be about Black Panther, the central character T'Challa. With Black Panther 2, what they did is they made the whole movie about Black Panther's supporting cast, all the female members, with one male character in there. It was all about Natiri. It was about like every other cast character except for Black Panther. And putting the title of Black Panther on Black Panther's sister does not make her T'Challa. It's like saying, well, putting the title on Barbara Gordon as Batman is going to make her Batman. No, it doesn't. She's not Bruce Wayne. So that's what I'm saying is that, like, when you change the fundamental core thing, you take away that appeal for the core audience, and the people that came along for the ride with the core audience tend to be not as interested. The core audience is very simple. They like very simple things. They like T'Challa as Black Panther. They like Batman as Bruce Wayne. They like Peter Parker as Spider-Man. And then when you start to change those things, it changes how they receive your entertainment, which is what we saw with Phase 4 and Phase 5. So
I
that's
think it's okay to point out maybe specific examples. Like maybe She-Hulk is one example. For example, I don't believe there was a really She-Hulk TV show, was there? So maybe that's
yeah.
not.
There was a TV show for She-Hulk, and that's the one that had probably the biggest backlash in Phase 4. I think, yeah, Phase 4
Yeah,
was She-Hulk.
but again, so like that's one outlier. But is that enough to say the whole thing
What about
changed?
Black Panther? What about
Black Panther is a different story though.
Okay, what
because
about
because to be
all
clear,
the other
Black
shows
Panther.
that
Well,
were
I mean, the
released?
people who wrote Black Panther were the same. It's just that, like, obviously Chadwick passed away, so they had to rewrite the script.
Okay, phase 4. I just want to look at phase 4 and phase 5, and then we will go through some of the movies. Unfortunately, sorry guys, I could not find.
Because he says Iron Man was a pretty damn different character. RDG played him.
Uh,
He says Fallout should basically be the model they follow for the TV show. Yeah, I think Fallout's actually a great model. I think when they do maybe a live, like a character to character
um,
adaptation, then I think maybe Last of Us might be a good one, or at least season 1 of Last of Us is probably a good one to follow. So I would agree there. But yeah, I think I agree with you, Fuzzy.
so I'm just looking at phase 4. Okay, cool. So Black Widow, yeah, like there's I can tell you a million reasons why this didn't take off and it didn't do well. Primarily because the fact that like they waited so long to actually give Black Widow the only female character they had from phase 1 to 3 in the Marvel hero team. They chose to give her a movie after the phase 1 to 3 was over, so they fucked her there. Shang-Chi, yeah, I don't really have. I've never seen this movie. Don't really have an opinion on it. I don't think it did great because this character is not really included in anything going forward. Eternals, I think everyone admits that it didn't do well. Spider-Man: No Way Home is the character that did the best. This is the number one movie from this phase, and it's for the same reasons I've stated, that they stuck true to the character and what people know about the character and what was built up in the MCU. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Again, here it's not the male character, it's the female character. Marvel ignored what they had done with the series on Disney Plus, and they just decided to write a story specifically for this movie.
No, wait. Stop. The correlation isn't causation here.
Yeah.
I watched these shows and they sucked. It wasn't because they changed the Doctor Strange one, the first one, Doctor Strange movie. I watched it.
Which one?
And it sucked.
Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse of Madness was not good.
I thought it was.
I watched Thor: Love and Thunder. It wasn't good. It wasn't because there was a new character. Listen, they could have introduced a new male character instead, like his apprentice. It would have still sucked. Multiverse, they could have introduced a new male character as his magician psychic. It would have still sucked. None of these the reasons why these movies all ended up being trash is not necessarily because they introduced some type of woman or black person or whatever it is. It's because the writing was just trash.
Okay, so would you say that Spider-Man: No Way Home was a better written movie than Multiverse of Madness and Love and Thunder?
I think Spider-Man: No Way Home, it was more enjoyable, but I think one thing they did really well is, like, honestly, I said this to my friend, if you took away the multiverse Spider-Man, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
If you take away the multiverse Spider-Man, I don't think it's as good. I think it really kind of leaned in on that, and that made it be extremely successful.
Okay, cool. So with the same breath, what about then Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness?
Wait, I'll give you an example. Like, in the same way how I think Deadpool would have done well, but as soon as you brought in Hugh Jackman, the Wolverine, then it did so much better.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying to you is that, like, again, so what is the evidence that, like, where does Spider-Man: No Way Home work where Doctor Strange doesn't work in terms of writing? If you're saying the writing was subpar, aside from the fact that they added,
first of all, it was inconsistent. That's the first thing. I think
how does that affect? Because I just want to understand, how is it materially going to affect the movie in terms of, because this movie still did well, but I'm just saying in terms of I'm
saying the movie was inconsistent. It wasn't good.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying to you is that, like, I don't think Spider-Man: No Way Home was necessarily a great movie, but it had elements in it that got people to go watch it to the point that
Spider-Man is a big IP, much better character. It's going to pull in more audiences. That's number one.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. What about
you're bringing in
Panther,
Toby.
what kind of
You're bringing in Toby Maguire and Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man multiverse. That's gonna that by itself is just done. You're gonna bring in more audiences.
fair enough. So, like, what about Black Panther, as it was the biggest standalone franchise up until
Black Panther lost its main lead. It wasn't
yeah.
it wasn't a change that they had to that they were like, oh, let's do this, let's put a woman there. It lost its main lead. In fact, we know the script.
I mean, like, it lost its
To be clear, we know what the script was before Chadwick passed away. It was T'Challa going against these guys. Like, so we already knew that like there was no.
Yeah, but like, did the material change of not having that male lead affect the overall reception of the movie?
No, but the theme though. We're talking about the themes.
Yeah, but like I'm saying about like, would the fact that like you replace, there's almost no male leads in that movie. There's just one supporting character, but like all the leads are female. Do you think that did not have a material effect on how the movie did?
Yeah, I guess you could say it has a material
Okay,
effect.
so Thor: Love and Thunder. Let's break that down. So, what would you say? Because the same director, same lead actor, same overall cast. So, what changed with Thor: Love and Thunder to make it a not so great movie?
The fact that everything was a joke in the movie.
Okay, all right, but like, I could say the same thing about like Thor Ragnarok, that everything was a joke from the first.
No, because Chris Hemsworth said it himself that we took it too far. It was a joke. Okay. They turned everything into a joke. They made if they stuck to the Ragnarok.
So there was nothing serious about like Love and Thunder in terms of like story narrative.
It was Ragnarok. Sorry, Love and Thunder was a joke, and then they were trying to fit in so much in this. I just couldn't understand. You could say, for example, they were trying to fit in. Oh well, he has a daughter now. Well, not like he has a daughter, but in the future, the leading up towards him having a daughter or whatever in the future. Execution was so poor. It's terrible. I won't lie to you, like the whole him and Jane, her being, having powers. Sorry for anyone who didn't watch it. Spoilers. That was good. And in fact, I would even push back to you and say that is your typical God of Thunder, Goddess of Thunder relationship situation. Man, hot woman. Yeah, that's
okay,
that's
but like,
but the question was, why was the execution bad?
So like what I'm asking you is that like again, like for me, execution, like in terms of like how the movie came out, we can debate that.
The issue is like you're trying to make a cause. No, you're trying to make. You're looking at it like there's a causation here, where I'm just saying like the writing is the problem.
Okay, so again, like if you're saying the writing is the problem, but I'm saying that all these other movies had issues with writing. Spider-Man: No Way Home had issues with writing, but for some reason it was a success or was considered a success.
Yeah, but it was considered a success because I just told you it had 3 pillars. It had the other Spider-Mans there.
But like again, like with Thor: Love and Thunder, did it not have other characters supporting Marvel characters?
Those weren't advertised, number one, and those guys. I mean,
but they did advertise the Guardians of the Galaxy. They did advertise.
Wait, how good did Love and Thunder do? No, I mean, they should have like 5. Like, I'm just sorry. Like, we can't really equate Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield showing up as Spider-Man to the same level. Like, when I was in the cinema, wait, let me finish. When I was in the cinema and Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire showed up, everyone jumped up and clapped. When people saw the X-Men guys in Love and Thunder, no one.
No, not in Love and Thunder. It was in
Multiverse of Madness. No one said anything. No one really cared.
Like everybody clapped in my theater when they saw Mr. Fantastic and whatchamacallit, and who's this Patrick Stewart as Professor X. Those were big. And again, like if I asked you between Black Panther and Doctor Strange, which one did better?
No, I actually don't know which one did better.
Doctor Strange and the thingy of like it almost made $1 billion. It made like 950 or something like that. It came very close to making $1 billion, which was better than all the other in terms of like gross. Like again, that's why I said to you, like out of those movies that we listed, I thought that was the second best movie because of the fact that like I thought the story I didn't really hate on anything, but I understand why people who liked or watched the TV series didn't like it because the fact that like it ignored the character development that Scarlet Witch had made. Um, so again, I'm not saying it's a woman or whatever. I'm just saying changing the direction of what people expect from the characters. Like for instance, the character, like what the audience was expecting from Multiverse of Madness was Marvel to be consistent with the development that they've made for the Scarlet Witch in the series, which they didn't. They decided to go a different direction, and a lot of people didn't like that. And that's the thing I think would have taken it to $1 billion. It came so
like
close.
wait, just to be clear, Multiverse of Madness. So is it Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange?
Yep.
Yeah. So it did 955 million.
It came very close. It's the only one that came close
Yeah, but
outside
hold on,
Spider-Man.
wait. But Wakanda Forever did 859 million. So which means Doctor Strange 2,
Yep.
Multiverse of Madness, outperformed it by 96 million.
Yep.
That's not like a huge discrepancy.
It's big enough, dude. Like box office wide. It's again like I'm not sure like why you bring
96 like 96 million is not a huge discrepancy.
Again, it depends. What are we measuring? Like again, like
I mean, what are you measuring? Like
almost 100 million, dude. So 100 million is not a big enough.
Yeah, but what
so
I'm saying is like
let me ask you this question.
For the impact you're talking about, it's not a huge discrepancy. It's not like, oh, like, well, this didn't do that, so this is like a
okay, fair enough.
failure. But to be clear, like,
so again, I'm not
I think my points still stand here, which is you've lost your main lead. So now not the main, like if Doctor Strange was gone as a main character,
okay,
and you've replaced him with a different character who's not Doctor Strange, let's say just call him Dr. Wise.
Yeah.
That number that says 955 million is less.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you this question then, right?
But to be clear, that doesn't mean the theme has changed. It just means that the character has changed.
Okay, but like what you're measuring it against is, in my opinion, wrong. You're measuring the success of Doctor Strange against the success of Wakanda Forever. I'm saying the first Black Panther did 1.6 million. Sorry, 1.6 billion. The previous Doctor Strange movie did 700 and something, if not less than that. So this movie, compared to its predecessor, was a success. So Doctor Strange's audience grew from people like 700 and people about like you had about 700 millions worth of money being made of the first movie. Now you've got 955. Whereas with Black Panther, you've literally lost a good almost half of the audience that you had from the first movie. There's a huge discrepancy there. So one has grown and one hasn't. It's actually declined because of those decisions that you made. Significantly, almost by half. So you see the difference there in terms of discrepancy.
Why?
Again, like you can list the things. It's the fact that you lost your main lead actor, who was a male superhero, and that's your main demographic. And you didn't do anything to replace that character with another strong male hero. You instead decided to replace them with an all-female cast. Which, again, if you look at, like, for instance, the people who went and saw Black Panther, it was a lot of fathers with their sons. So why are you discontinuing that? If you know that's the audience that went to see or that care about that product or that movie, why would you not do more of that even though you have to make changes?
It's interesting because I would say that, like, the first thing that one of the answers given here why Multiverse of Madness actually did well was they said that the release window was May 2022. And this was when the pandemic was kind of going away, and this was actually hit a very hot period for like movies. Like this time period was very hot, so anyone was releasing this time, everyone's going back to the cinema, so you're going to get a boost. Whereas Wakanda released much later, so that kind of cool hot period was done. I would actually even like forget about what the internet is saying. I would say that like
Okay, so
I,
sorry,
I,
which
I would say that like what's happened here is that Doctor
which
Strange did his first movie,
yeah.
and he started to be featured in. I don't think it was featured in Winter Soldier, but in Civil War he was featured, a main guy there, more or less. In Infinity War he was
No, he's
featured.
not in Civil War.
It was on Civil War.
No, he's not. He's in his main role outside. He featured like in a post-credit scene in a Thor movie, and then he featured in Avengers. Infinity War was his biggest other role.
Oh, actually, well, we have it here. So he featured in Thor Ragnarok, which is a popular movie.
The end credit role, and I
Yeah,
think
he finished featured in Avengers Infinity War, and he featured
yes,
in Endgame, and he also
correct,
featured in Spider-Man No Way Home.
correct. But like
So
Spider-Man: No Way Home, didn't that come out after
2021.
Multiverse of Madness, which came
Multiverse
out
of
first?
Madness came out in 2022.
Sorry,
Multiverse of Madness came out in
yeah,
2022.
which one came out
Spider-Man No
first?
Way Home came
Spider-Man
out in
or
2021. So what I'm trying to say here is that Doctor Strange, ever since his first movie, has been building momentum up within the Marvel universe, cinematic universe, building more of an audience. Whereas Shuri was never building an audience, and guess what? No one, she's
okay?
not even a likable character. So,
So my question,
But Marvel didn't say, let's get rid of our main lead and input this woman
exactly.
there. What they said is, yo, somebody has passed away. What should we do? And they went to the director. Not this wasn't Marvel's decision. The director says, let's give it to Shuri
Okay, so
because it
like
makes
again,
sense as a
I'm agreeing.
transitional point of view. Yeah,
I
but the theme didn't change.
So like, but my question is that like, so but like, knowing all the things that you just told me that she's not that popular and she's not built up that audience, why would you make that decision? Why is that a good business decision to make?
I had this argument with people when it was happening, saying that like they should just recast, and everybody who
Yeah,
they all literally said, no, honor Chadwick's legacy, honor Chadwick, don't do it. And I was like, you guys need
I
to stop being
think
emotional
that's
about this. Let's just do it this way. Now, fast forward to when everything is done, they all say the same thing, which is like, you know what, Ty, you're actually right. They should just recast it. You're right, 100%
yeah,
right.
they should have. They should
However,
have.
there was no malicious intent. There was no trying to be woke. There's none of these things. It made sense. I see why everyone
I'm
was
not
coming
saying
from.
any of that. I'm just saying that
No,
those were bad.
but I'm saying the theme didn't change.
Sorry,
The
no, the
themes
theme
didn't
did change.
change.
Like I mean, from for who for it did change from
No,
when
no,
you have
no.
a
The
strong male
character
lead.
changed. The theme didn't change.
No, but like from having a strong male lead to having an all-female cast is a
I
huge
don't know what
change.
you mean by all female. Like there was a like. What you mean?
There's like two guys. There's two guys in that movie,
How
right?
many guys are in the first one?
Mbaku, and there's a lot of like male characters in the first one.
Okay.
It's first of all, it's your boy Michael B. Jordan. It's the dude that played Gollum. It's the Secret Service agent. It's again T'Challa, your main lead. So you had literally a 50-50 split. Whereas in the second movie, you literally had an 80-20 split. And that's me being generous of male to female characters. And I'm saying, if you don't see like how that does not like that's not who you're trying to sell this movie to is a bunch of female whatchamacallit audiences. You're trying to sell this to a male audience who care about the male characters. So that does make a difference because Shuri doesn't carry the same standing as T'Challa. So you would have had to go and make sure that if you want this to work, you at least bring back Michael B. Jordan and make him Black Panther than you would Shuri. Like, what would make you feel comfortable in making Shuri a Black Panther and think you can make the same gross in terms of like uh, box office?
I'm saying that your statement almost makes it seem like there was an orchestrated plan to do this. When I'm saying that,
No,
like in this specific situation, it was the director who said we're going to do it this way because
I'm
this way
saying
honors Chadwick Boseman.
okay. So what I'm saying is that like if that was a coincidence, so then everything in Phase 4 and 5 is a coincidence where everything is being taken
No, because you can
by female.
you can pinpoint everything and and deal with everything like
Yeah,
individually.
but that's what I'm saying is that like everything literally became about female leads. And I'm saying to me, like, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with having female leads. I'm saying, does that work for the audience that are subscribed to what you're creating, that are the primary audience that buy what you're creating? And the results are no, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked. Whereas, like a good example I always give when it comes to this is very simple. Phase 1 to 3, you had one main female character in the Avengers. That was Scarlett Johansson's The Black Widow. They made Buko business. It's the biggest superhero franchise of all time. Phase 4 to 5, you had about half the team or two-thirds of the teams being female dominated. You didn't even make, if you made a third of the money, I'll be surprised. So to me, where does this not make sense? Like that's what I'm not sure about.
I don't really understand.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like for me, if the themes changed or whatever, I would just say that the writing is the problem. So even let's say the themes did change,
So,
but the writing
so
remained the
that's
same.
real things that
I
we
would
can
say all
see.
these movies would still suck.
Okay.
Like I
So-
don't think anything changes here. I think
Okay,
if the writing is trash, the writing is trash.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think the movies in Phase 1 were all good movies?
I don't think no. I can't
Phase
remember
2,
them.
do you think those were all good movies?
No, I think there was some inconsistency there. I think things got really good with Winter Soldier, Civil War, and that's when things really kicked off. I think there was
Okay,
Ragnarok was really good as well.
Okay, so Civil War I think is Phase 2, and then Civil War is Phase 3.
Mhm.
Winter Soldier is Phase 2, right? So Phase 3, for instance, do you think all those movies were good leading up to Endgame?
What was Phase 3?
Phase 3 was your Black Panther, it was your Captain Marvel, it was the Ant-Man and the Wasp, it was the one of the Spider-Man movies. A lot of mediocre, okay movies there.
I think Phase 3 movies were relatively probably okay. Captain America Civil War was good. Doctor Strange was it was okay. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 I liked. Homecoming was good. No, was it good? I thought it was okay. Thor Ragnarok was good. Black Panther was good. Ant-Man, meh. Captain Marvel, meh. Avengers, Endgame, amazing.
Okay, so again, going back to Phase 4 and 5, like Phase 4 and 5 offered in terms of just overall quality, in terms of production value, I think more or less the same. But at the end of the day, that's not what sunk Phase 4 and 5. What sunk Phase 4 and 5 is that the same audience didn't show up for those movies.
Yeah, because the audience is a casual audience.
Okay. So why did they show up with the movies in Phase 3 then?
Because Phase 3 they all got into Marvel around Phase 2 to 3.
Okay, so why didn't they show up in Phase 4 and 5?
Because they were done. The culture part of superheroes was done.
So it had nothing to do with the MCU, in your opinion, the fact that they didn't show up to Phase 4 and 5. Even though
No,
certain
it was
movies
also
in Phase 4 and 5
it
still
was
even
also
did
bad
better.
writing. But I'm saying that they didn't I have friends who loved. I mean, they didn't watch Phase 1 or 2, but they came in for the end of Phase 2 and Phase 3. They went back and rewatched Phase 1. As soon as Endgame happened, they were gone. They couldn't tell you if Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness was a good or bad movie. They don't even know if people think it's a good or bad movie. They're casuals. They don't know anything about Love and Thunder. They know nothing. They as soon as Endgame happened and they got the closure, they checked out.
So you're saying that because of the fact that it closed with Phase
Yeah.
3 and Endgame, people were not interested anymore.
Yeah,
and then
it was.
that's why
It was done. The
That
trilogy.
was
Yeah,
the reason.
the trilogy, the saga was done. The story was told.
So they were not interested in any further Marvel stories after that.
No, not as much, and especially when Black Panther happened and T'Challa was gone, all of them were like,
Okay,
"Oh shit."
so let me ask you, what about the movies that they
Fuzzy
did?
says Civil War is mid. Man, I don't know about that now. Civil War is actually cool. I enjoy Civil War a lot. That's one of my favorites.
I agree with Fuzzy. I thought it was okay at best.
But you see, I think what you're doing here is, and you don't realize it, is that I think you're working backwards. You have the conclusion, but you're not looking at the other factors that played a role in this. If I was the head of Marvel, and after Endgame, and somebody says, "Do we really want to end it with Endgame?" I'm gonna tell them like, if we keep it going and don't close it off, people are gonna get tired and just leave. We have to give them a closing point. We need a goal to work towards. And somebody says, "Okay, but what happens after?" I said, it's gonna be extremely difficult to get people to come back because the truth is, we did something culturally impressive. We took over the cinema space. However, that was a cultural time, and the people that came were actually casuals. In the same way, how with the Wii, Nintendo brought in the casuals. As soon as the Wii was done, they were gone. So you can't really just replicate what happened with phase 1, 2, and 3.
Why not? Like, okay, I'll ask you a question. So, okay, that's a valid point, right? So why can some movies like there's movies within the same cinematic universes that have gone on to do better? Like all the Spider-Man movies within phase 1 and 3 did not do as the Spider-Man movies in phase 4 and 5. If you go back to Deadpool and Wolverine movies that were released around the same time from a different company, from phase 1 to 3, they didn't do as well as Deadpool and Wolverine, which was released in phase 3. Sorry, in phase 4 and 5. So again, like I want you to give me some correlation here, because it's okay to say what you're saying, but I'm saying that like you're also not presenting enough evidence to say, well, we know enough to know that we'll never do as well as we did between phase 1 and 3.
One sec, babes. So it says, yeah, I think the only Marvel movie I saw after Endgame was Black Widow. I didn't like any of the Captain America movies. So Deadpool, the first one did 783 million. Deadpool 2 did 786 million, and Deadpool and Wolverine did 1.34 billion. Very impressive. The reason why I can say Deadpool Wolverine probably did a 1.34 billion is, one, Deadpool at the time was extremely different from everything else that we were getting. It was edgy, it was comedic, it was gruesome, violent. Deadpool and Wolverine.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The time where all the superhero movies were bland and plain, it allowed Deadpool to be extremely different and shine differently, and it was leaning towards an edgier kind of content. And I would say that Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, Logan, being part of that, also did a very good job. The multiverse characters showing up played a role, I'm sure, as well. But the other thing here is that, like, it was a very entertaining and good movie. Like, it has to be entertaining and it has to land in the right time culturally. I think those are the factors that allowed it to do extremely well.
Okay, so, but again, to your point, Logan, which was released in 2017, was an emotionally gritty, violent, and very mature experience. Suicide Squad, which came out around the same time, 2021, was a much more, before Deadpool and Wolverine, much more gritty from James Gunn of the Guardians of the Galaxy, much more gritty, violent, also very successful, M-rated type of movie. And of course, we can go back to 2019, where the biggest movie at that time was The Joker, which was also an iconic hero in a gritty, violent. So we've had gritty, violent, very different and humorous takes on superheroes that were just as successful between 2019, or let's say 2019 up until now.
Well, okay. I mean, before I respond to that, why do you think Wolverine and Deadpool did so well? Or maybe we shouldn't go.
Because I would say primarily because of the fact that, like, the IPs, both of them, like both Deadpool and Wolverine, they speak to their core audience. There's a core audience that loves that, and They like it so much that, again, I thought it was a substandard movie. I didn't think it was great, but I knew that people that were fans of Deadpool and Wolverine would love it because of all the Easter eggs and all the things that are in there for that audience. Similar or not too dissimilar to Mario, or the latest Mario movie. Whereas I don't think it's a great movie, but I think for the fans, they're gonna love all that. They're gonna eat it all up. As a result, they're going to
Yeah,
spread
and,
the
and,
love.
and I will say this: Deadpool and Wolverine 2 comes out and does the exact same thing. Maybe it does well. The third one, not so much. Fourth one, not so much. Because at some point, culturally, people just get tired of these same things over and over again. So I'm saying that like
Okay.
the Marvel phase was going. The casuals just checked out, like they were done. That doesn't
Okay.
mean
Cool.
you can't get hits. Doesn't mean you can't do well. But it means
Mhm.
that a lot of that audience that were attached to your product, I think you even said it from a game perspective. These are not your core audience. So when things get rough, they just leave. They're gone.
Okay. Cool. So the only problem I have with that is, what about Deadpool 1 and 2? Because this was the third Deadpool movie. This was Deadpool 3.
I guess. Well, like, you don't think more casuals went to go see Deadpool and Wolverine than the original first two?
I mean, I could say that, like, well, the all Wolverine fans went to see it and the Deadpool fans went to see it. So you had two fan bases that grew that overall fan base. And of course, because the one thing that makes these movies big is
Okay,
repeat.
well, fair enough. And then we can say that the reason why Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever did so well is because the Andrew Garfield fans and the
Correct,
um
and I would not disagree with that.
okay, so the theme, so it's not about the theme then. So like, because you were asking
Yeah,
like, well, why do you think this one did well? It's like, well, okay,
but
the
again,
fan bases came along, right?
yeah. So again, to your point, it's not one thing; it's multiple things that contribute to the success. But I'm saying you can't ignore the fact that changing the theme dramatically is going to affect who comes to see your movie. Because again, even with
No. If
female,
you change the theme, like, okay, maybe theme is the wrong thing we're trying to say here, right? I think if you talk about Black Panther, yeah, I don't think it's a theme thing. I think with Black Panther, it was a main lead thing. So you could say people I wanted a T'Challa, a Black
okay,
Panther. I didn't want a Black Pantress. I wanted a Black Panther. So that's number one. Number two, the person that they brought forward to replace Black Panther, who was a Black Pantress, you could say, was not a character that I thought was a good character. She was not the best person to replace. Sorry, she was not the best person to be Black Pantress. I didn't think she was like great. So those are the two things that happened. But I must say, but this wasn't like an orchestrated plan. It just kind of happened. So that's that one. Yeah. When it came to Love and Thunder, there was no. I mean, it was Thor and a female Thor. I don't think any Marvel fan doesn't want a attractive Thor and an attractive Jane to play that role, right? I think you would agree. That's okay, right?
yeah. So okay, cool. I hear what you're saying, but like where I disagree with you is that it was not intentional from Marvel's part. You saying that like it just happened.
With Black Panthers?
No. I mean like with all of the Marvel properties,
Yeah,
them.
but we're doing it one by one, though.
Okay, cool. Let's do one by one. So you're saying it's not intentional by them
Okay.
having.
Was it Black Panther one like an orchestrated plan?
Yes, it was an orchestrated plan. All of them were orchestrated plans because Kevin Feige said that this is what they would do going forward: is they would include more female superheroes in all the offering, to the point that I think he specifically said more than 50% or 50%. I can't remember specifically, but he said that we would make sure going forward that most of our superheroes, if not like half of our superheroes, are female.
Okay. I mean,
So he intended to do this.
if it's everything, then I guess it's everything. So
That's what I'm saying. Is that like this was intentional? They did this intentionally, and as a result, it didn't work as well as like the first time when they just made the superhero stuff for superhero people that appreciate superheroes. It's the same thing. I'll ask you about Captain Marvel. First Captain Marvel did about 1.2 billion or whatever, and then there's other factors you can attribute to that, absolutely. But the second one was one of the worst performing. In fact, it was the worst performing Marvel film in 2024. From being $1 billion movie to being not even being able to make $500 million, and it had three female superheroes in it. Just saying.
I mean, like you've said that like it's all planned, so I don't know how to
But like
respond.
Kevin Feige said that's what he would do. Like that's the guy that runs the studio. He
Hmm.
said that that was his intention. I'm not making that up. You can look it up if you don't believe me. He said that that's what we're planning to do. Anyways, guys, I think yeah we've covered like time. We've covered most of the topics. I don't think there's anything. Fallout. I think we did speak about Fallout last weekend, doing 100 million in terms of overall viewership numbers. Brilliant show. Deserves all the likes. Deserves all the fanfare. I think if more shows going forward use the Fallout approach, they're more likely to be successful, especially when it comes to the film space. And again, Jonathan Nolan and his wife are a formidable team, man. Like, not everybody can do that. I'm
But as
more
the plan
confident.
goes forward, I think, frankly, it will be, eventually, I think we're going to reach a time where it's not just listen. It'll be amazing to see all of our female characters the way we have seen most, never all male, but primarily male. I think we're getting to the point soon where we have so many great female characters that those are just our heroes, as opposed to when they are all female or all male. It's just the Marvel heroes, more than half of which will be women.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. More than half of which will be women, which
Yeah,
is what he did in Phase
because
4
they
and
started
5.
to create new content as well, right? New
No, I'm not
superheroes.
disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is that it just didn't work like it did when they were just doing mostly male.
Yeah, but
The moment they
yeah, but we're talking about like the shows individually, how like the themes have changed.
individually, yes, I'm saying to you, they didn't work as well.
No. I'm saying the Black Panther. Did they specifically say we want to replace our male lead and put in a female lead?
No, they didn't say that.
Okay, but then so Black Panther doesn't
But
count.
then what I'm saying is that, like, judging from what he said, it makes sense to me that
No,
you
but
went for
let's
Black
not look.
Panther.
Let's look at the actual shows, like because
Yeah, but I'm
there's no
saying to
not
you that
shows. Let's look at the actual movies because you keep saying like, well, no, this is what he said, so let's not have
okay,
it.
fair
If you're
enough.
saying
So
this is what he
Black
said,
Panther,
let's have this
Black Panther.
discussion. Then fair enough.
Okay, cool. So he said that going forward they would have. Let's agree on this or disagree on this. So he said going forward we will have more than like more over 50% of our heroes will probably be female. You agree that he said that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Black Panther comes out, and more than 50% of the heroes in Black Panther are female. That doesn't matter. It's immaterial to you, right? Then you have, for instance, Doctor Strange, who was a standalone character, and they're sharing the screen now with Wanda, which I have no problem with. So you have 50% of the movie being focused on a female character, whereas previously it was just focused on the male character, the male lead. You agree with that? Then we go
So
to
come again,
Thor
Doctor
Love and
Strange.
Thunder. You had one Thor.
Sorry, come again, Doctor Strange. What was it?
Yeah. So Doctor Strange, you had half of the movie being about Wanda and half of the movie being about Doctor Strange.
Is there a problem that she's a villain?
No. Like I'm not picking apart. I'm just saying just
Okay, but like how? But like, but you see, I don't like. If you want to say that, like, well, the women in this so bad or whatever, like,
no.
okay,
I'm just saying
I've
the focus
lost.
of the movie. If we look about like we just look at like the time on like just time on screen as the
I'm saying like, do you think like I guess my thing is like you have Wanda who's a villain. Like, should they have had a different villain instead?
fair enough. Like if you
No,
saying
but I
that
mean
like
like, but I could play your game as well and say like, well, it did better than the previous movie. So
okay,
therefore,
fair enough. Yes, fair enough. That's a good point. Okay, cool. So they had Wanda as the female character, as the person that took up 50% of the time, and
but
she's still
she's the villain.
yes, but like villains typically don't take up like I mean if you go back to the previous Doctor Strange movies.
But she's another character that we know from the
Okay,
Avengers. So yeah, she
okay,
should take
fair
up
enough.
time.
Fair enough. 50, like again, I'm agreeing with you.
Mm.
I'm agreeing with you. Fine. So she was half of the movie. Doesn't matter. Okay, we're not gonna count that she's a female. So let's leave that example. So we discount Doctor Strange. Then we go to
And Black
Thor: Love
Panther.
and Thunder, where now you have Thor having to share the screen 50% with Jane, who is now not just Jane, but Jane and Valkyrie, who are now literally like 50% of the plot, and of course
Valkyrie shared the screen in
not 50%
Ragnarok.
of the time. It was Loki that shared most of the screen time with Thor in the previous movie.
Okay.
So again, you have that. Cool. And then you go to another IP. I'm trying to think now. What else is there? So what else is in Phase 4? Oh, you have the Eternals. You can unpack that if you want to, and like how that went down. And again, this was not even a popular brand to begin with, so we can just say that maybe this failed for the sake of failing. And then you have Shang-Chi, which again I didn't watch, so I can't really comment on in terms of like what the split was there. But my understanding, very similar in terms of like Aquafina's character, the sister character, and the main character. Um, how the story was divided up. All I'm just pointing out is that you can ignore this as a thing and comparing it to the previous movies, that's fine. But I'm just saying that to me, if I look at like the fact that like most of your audience is not showing up, and the fundamental difference I can tell is aside from your stories being good or bad, because as I said to you,
to be clear, in Thor Ragnarok, Chris Hemsworth occupied 45% of the total runtime, and in Love and Thunder, he occupied 46% of the total runtime.
Oh, okay. And who occupied the remaining runtime? In
Actually, don't know. Let me check.
It's in the first movie. It'll probably be Loki, who's a popular character.
Yeah, but then Loki was doing his own TV show, right?
Yeah, but like he was still the main male character along with Thor in that the first 2 movies or 3 movies. Compared to who occupies most of the screen time in the second movie. And again, I'm not saying this is good or bad, Ty. I'm just saying that these are just facts in terms of the people that are watching this thing. If you deny this, you can.
In Thor Ragnarok, first place is Chris Hemsworth. In Love and Thunder, it's Chris Hemsworth, first place. In the second place for Ragnarok is Loki. And the second place for right, Loki, yeah. And the second place was Jane Foster, Thor's woman.
Yes.
And the third place for Ragnarok was Valkyrie.
Yes.
The third place for Love and Thunder is Gore the Butcher. And the fourth place for Ragnarok is Hela.
Yeah.
And the fourth place for Love and Thunder is Valkyrie. And the fifth place for Love and Thunder is Hulk. And the fifth place for Love and Thunder is Korg.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense if you're having like Thor's wife
Look,
as
man,
a main character, to be honest.
But the only problem is she's also Thor. Like, and this is the sort of like there's this overlap between your main characters and them being replaced by or having similar characters that are just like, what's the point? Like, why are we having this? Then, if you want to make a movie about Jane Thor, make a movie about Jane Thor like they did in the comics, and make it her own movie. And do it well. But anyways, that's the point I was making, Ty. Like it's just that like there is a correlation here. It's not unrelated. Like there is a thing here, and it's just a matter of like, is it important to you or is it not? But I'm just saying, if I was a guy looking at the marketing for Marvel, I would say we need to go and relook this because there's a lot of things that we did in the first 3 phases that we didn't do in the last 3. And one of them, you're right, is writing. Writing is not as good as it was before, in my opinion, anyway. So again, who are you writing this for? But anyways, is there anything? So we've spoken about Mass Effect and the series. So are you looking forward? Like I actually didn't ask you that. Are you looking forward to the Mass Effect series?
I'm looking forward to the. Well, let's look out for this comment. He says, I didn't like any of the Captain America movies. Jessica Jones is one of my favorite Marvel characters. Don't tell Usher that. He won't be too happy. And all the women in the Marvel universe combined make about 10% what Robert Downey Jr. makes. That's why they did it. WandaVision was good though. The comics with Jane as Thor were pretty fairly regarded, to be fair. I guess I can close off this point with this and say that, like, yes, there has been more of a representation thing in Marvel for the for phase 4, 5, and 6. Well, maybe phase 4 or 5 for sure. But I think that there's many mitigating factors as to why these shows or movies didn't do as well. If you account for all these mitigating factors, maybe they would have done less because the demographic isn't as interested. Sure, but I think a lot of these things are being over amplified. To be honest, I don't think these are the main issues. I think the writing was the main issue. I think if Eternals was good writing and every other thing else was good writing, you would have got more sales and revenue. I think the Black Panther one is interesting because I would agree that if you had a Black Panther lead, it would have done well. But then again, this is the same thing. Like if you went from Spider-Man, aka Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, whatever it is, to Spider-Girl, it just wouldn't do as good. Something for Batman to Batwoman, or even to Robin. Like it's not a woman thing. If you said, yeah, it's not about Batman anymore, it's about Robin, it wouldn't do as good too, because these are important. The main characters are extremely important. If you said we're gonna make a Wonder Woman movie, then you made it, and then you said, you know what, guys, we're gonna go from Wonder Woman to Wonder Man, it doesn't do as good. Or we're gonna go from Wonder Woman to Fantastic Girl, maybe Wonder Woman's side character or something, it's not gonna do as good. So I think again, we're not looking at the actual like mitigating factors and saying, well, how do we assign this percentage to this particular issue or problem? Like, what is the main thing here? That doesn't mean that, I still think you should go for your demographic. Yeah, sure. I think you should, make the movies for your audience. But I'm saying that like Marvel tried to make the movies as well for a different audience. Wonder Woman was never meant for me. It just wasn't. People might want to disagree with that, but it wasn't. Right?
Was it meant for who?
For me.
I love Wonder Woman, mind you.
Yeah, but it wasn't meant for you though, right?
Which one? Wonder Woman? No, Wonder Woman.
The movie.
I'm a huge Wonder Woman fan. I got the comic.
Made it with you in mind.
Yeah, considering like how naughty Wonder Woman is, yes, they did make it for me in mind. It's all about like, yes, like absolutely. You go read up on Wonder Woman's history.
No. I mean the movie, because I would say, for example,
the movie. Yes, the movie was absolutely made for me. I loved that first movie, not the second one. I don't know who the fuck they were making the second movie for. That first movie, absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, that's just my take on the situation.
So, look, Ty, I love these sort of conversations, especially about just a little bit away from gaming and talking about Marvel, because there's so many things that you could have done differently when it comes to those worlds. Yeah, man. And then those will make for interesting conversations in terms of, okay, cool. So how would you have made Phase 4 work or Phase 5 work? Because again, the reason we can say those movies didn't work is because they didn't make the money that Disney wanted them to make. As a result, they ended up in a situation where they had to almost do a reboot because none of the stuff that they tried to do worked, except for one or two projects within those two phases. But I'll tell you, this is my reasoning, and it's more of a Disney thing. And I'm sure you're going to disagree with this, but I think I agree a lot with this.
Is there a problem, people?
We were just discussing ideas of what to do with the new Prince Eric movie.
Put a chick in it, make her gay!
Maybe we should go a different route than we did with Indiana Jones.
Fuck Indiana Jones, put a chick in it and make her name it gay!
Sure, yeah. Well, let's try that. Again.
Kathleen Kennedy is down on set right now ruining the new Bambi movie.
Put a diverse woman in it, make it gay!
Bambi's a baby deer.
Fuck baby dear, put a chick in it, make her gay!
We've sent her away to have lunch at Spago. There you are, Miss Kennedy, the linguine and clam sauce.
Excuse me, I believe I asked you to put a chick in this and make her gay?
Yes, the chef was a little confused what you meant by that.
Means put a chick in the linguine and make her fucking gay! And I want it lame! Where the fuck is Bob Iger?
Mr. Iger just had to take some of the other...
I'm sorry. I had to play that, but so I think a lot of people think that's what happened.
I think a lot of people think that's what happens, but I think they look
Yeah,
for scapegoats. They look for like very easy answers to these
yeah,
questions, and whatever suits their narrative, they'll take. Whereas some of these issues are a little bit more complex than that,
of course, yeah.
and but hey, it's easier to point to an enemy of agenda than actually having to understand what's going on.
Yep. I mean, the world as we live in it today is proof of that. Fuzzy says the first Wonder Woman was great. I loved it as well, Fuzzy. The only thing I didn't like was the again, it was that stupid final fight where they had to do the monster thing where the clouds have to now fight Wonder Woman and everything else has to fight. Instead of just it being a one-on-one or a Wonder Woman trying to outsmart the Baron type of situation, which I think would have worked better in a World War II setting. Very similar to the final set piece of the original Captain America. Maybe they thought that didn't make enough money. So yeah, big fan of Wonder Woman. Ty, is there anything that you wanted to talk about that we missed or did not talk about today? I don't think we missed anything. Mikami, we talked about Mikami Studio, wasn't it? I think we did last week.
Talk about what? Sorry.
Mikami's studio and the fact that they're merging with
which is good for them, but he's you could say he's sold out to a PLC, public listed company now. So he's on their books as well. We never know what will happen. I sent you some comments in relation to I said ignore this, where I says console movers versus internal sellers, Astrobot. Like I was thinking out loud about like something I was talking about before, when it comes to like there are certain games that will sell your platform, like consoles, and there's certain games that will do well within the platform. We kind of spoke about this, and Astrobot was a game that I would say like it's not going to sell PlayStation 5s. However, it will sell probably well enough within the ecosystem. But one point that I think was interesting is that because the ecosystem for platform games is primarily on Nintendo, right? So that's where you probably need to go. If you want to grab those users from that platform, from that ecosystem to yours, you will need to have not just Astrobot, but you need to build up a reputation of having platform games. So you drop Astrobot, then Crash comes out, then Spyro comes out, then Jack and Dexter comes out, then Ratchet & Clank comes out, then Sonic comes out. Like you need to have a cadence of first-party exclusive platform games. Then everybody starts to know that like, okay, this is where you go for platform games. However, if you're gonna play these games of like, well, we're gonna drop 1 or 2 every couple of years, you never bring that audience, because that audience will never move for 1 or 2 titles. Same thing, like if Xbox was to bring in Killer Instinct back, as much as they should stay, exclusives, that game would have to be multi-platform, because the fighting game community is curated on PlayStation. As soon as you lost the Street Fighter, you kind of started to push them towards that franchise, and then as soon as fighting games could be casual audience as well, they like fighting games or football games, whatever. So they move towards that angle. To get them back, you need to drop not just Killer Instinct, but somehow you need to have multiple fighting games that are exclusive to your platform to bring them there.
But don't you think like Tekken and sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically what I'm just trying to say is that like PlayStation is known as a fighting game platform. So to get those users to to jump to Xbox, you can't just have Killer Instinct. You need multiple fighting games to then make them look your way.
Yeah. So, but like, don't you think like fighting games do just as well on Xbox as on PlayStation? Do you think that's a very uneven split in terms of overall numbers? Do you think like the leaning is ridiculously towards the PlayStation more than it is?
Well, I think remember like Sony purchased Evo, right? And what they did is they said every single device used has to be PlayStation. So like PlayStation already has like they have the marketing, they have all these things. So the fighting game community, they're primarily on PlayStation. If you go to all these tournaments, they're either using arcade or they're using PlayStation's controllers. Most fighting fans And Fuzzy says fighting games are the one game type that's better on a PlayStation controller. Like, yeah, like they just it is what it is. So if you're Xbox and you wanted to grab the fighting game community like as a whole, I just don't mean the casuals, like the hardcore. You would have to drop multiple exclusive games on Xbox. In the same way how like if you're into fantasy games, sorry, not fantasy games, if you're into RPG games, JRPG games, you have to go to PlayStation.
But like, which genre can you not say that about when it comes to games in general?
I would say because PlayStation has a huge, massive lead now that like pretty much they will dominate every genre.
Every genre,
But you can still probably say as a platform, Xbox will probably high index on shooting games overall.
Well, I mean, they did well when it came to like a game like Helldivers, but it still ended up skewed largely. And it just comes down to numbers, to your point. Like having 93 versus 30 million is a huge difference. So,
yeah.
But anyways, Fuzzy says said something here that I actually wanted to respond to. That she Fuzzy, you're the only person that I know that wants to see a Nightwing movie, and he goes on to say in a Batwoman movie. So Batwoman, that's very LGBTQ inclusive of Fuzzy to say both of those IPs, and that's cool. That's cool. But like both of those IPs are very LGBTQ leaning. Nightwing has a huge LGBTQ audience. Same with Batwoman, and Nightwing is not gay. I think he's but like I know Batwoman is definitely a LGBTQ character. But like it's interesting that you chose those specific two, Fuzzy, because of the community that they're in and the conversation and the discussion we've been having about the MCU. Look, I didn't like the Batwoman show. I wouldn't mind the movie. I think she's a very interesting character, and I love lesbian characters.
I think if you're going to make a Catwoman or Batwoman or Black Cat movie, I think you should lean very strongly into what Black Cat was for Spider-Man. So I think, or even what Halle Berry did with Catwoman, I think you should make her very strong, sexy, very kind of like, what's what I'm looking for? Someone who's very sassy, someone who's like a bit of a charmer, like a playboy, like make her very, someone who knows how to get what she wants, and someone who's very cheeky, and somebody who's like almost like a James Bond like character.
But that's you just described Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman.
Yeah. But I'm saying like better, like obviously like make it
and like I won't lie,
because I'm talking about themes now. I'm saying like if you like instead of going for something like maybe like she's immature and she's kind of funny and goofy and she's trying to find herself and she's trying to steal because her friend is in trouble. Like just make her like a playboy kind of character like that. And I think because I'm looking at like the kind of like general landscape and say what will do well now or what will catch people's attention. And I think things that are now edgy, which is what Wolverine and Wolverine and Deadpool showed. Things that are very edgy and are well done can do extremely well. So I think that's where I would lean towards.
Did you see The Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah, those are good.
So what did you think of that Catwoman? Didn't she fit a lot of those parameters?
Halle, what's her name?
Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, go for that.
She was literally like a spy, because the first time you meet her, she's disguised as a maid, breaking into Bruce Wayne's manor to steal his fingerprints, and she manages to fool him up until the point that she has to escape. And when she escapes, she also uses deception to do that by luring a congressman into a limo or a cab with her, and then she kidnaps the congressman. And so I thought like all the. I'll be honest with you. I think I've liked everyone's portrayal of Catwoman, including Halle Berry, even though the movie wasn't great. But like I think a lot of people that have played Catwoman have done it well. I can't think of one that was a
No, true, but I'm saying like if they're gonna do it now, don't go towards the She-Hulk kind of way.
No. I don't think they would go that. Like even like the last Batman, like the one that was played by what's her name, something Kravis.
Yeah, I don't
What
get
did you
yeah.
think of her?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, Zoe.
Zoe Kravitz. I thought she made a brilliant Catwoman. I think she pulled it off.
No, I agree.
She was sexy. She did all the things that you just said. She was sexy. She had that whole spy thing going again, but like in a much more grittier, much more dingy environment. Her trying to infiltrate her father's business and all that type of stuff. So I think all the actresses have done a good job. So if I agree with you. So, but yeah, you should lean on to those things because that's what works for that character. To me, I would love to see them do a Poison Ivy, for instance. I haven't seen them do Poison Ivy since the girl from Kill Bill back in the day, like because she's a much more complex character to do. Batwoman as well. I would love to see them.
If you're gonna do Poison Ivy, I think you should make it similar to maybe I don't want to say like Joker, but here's one thing about DC that I wish they went back to. I loved it when DC was hardcore, was the more mature superhero content. I want DC
the movies or the comics.
The movies. I want DC to focus more on what Christopher Nolan did or what they did with the Joker with like the first movie anyway. Like I think DC should be more hardcore. There should be more violence. I think DC should explore more like mature content. Like the Penguin, for example, right? That's a good TV show. Mature content. I think they should lean into that. They should be more aggressive, more like violent. People who like there should be consequences as well for heroes who kind of mess up. It shouldn't just be like, okay, well, this person got knocked out. It should be like, I don't want to say like torturous or whatever it is, but it should be more mature and gritty and make people leave and be like, damn, that happened. And I think that's a space that they can inhabit, and I think it'll do well for them. I think the new James Gunn version of DC with Superman, while it's okay, I just feel like I don't need it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a unique selling point. Like I saw the Supergirl and I was like, cool, but I get this with Marvel. Like you might be written better, you might have better quality, but I get this with Marvel. But I don't get Batman with Marvel. I don't get the Dark Knight with Marvel. I don't get Joker with Marvel. I think that's a space that like they probably should have went back. Now, who should have led it? I don't know. Not Zach, but somebody should have went down that route. Like for example, if you told me Venice what did Dune, if you told me like he's making like
who's this?
The guy who did Dune, Venice.
The Villeneuve.
If you told me like
something Villeneuve.
If you told me he's making like a superhero movie, maybe even Green Lantern, maybe. Is like if he's making anything DC, I'm there.
Yeah.
Let's see what's up.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of directors that I think have that. I would love to see them do like a DC project. Like the to me, both Zack Snyder and what's his name, James Gunn, were never good fits for DC. Because with DC, like again to your point, like the characters are they're very mature in terms of subject matter. They're not necessarily gonna cross over as easily as Marvel does, because everyone is a mutant, everyone has powers, type of thing. Like DC characters are very different, even in terms of like how their powers are set up, etc., etc. So I think you needed someone with a much more wider lens to be in charge of DC, and that's not going to make everything feel samey. I would have to think. Like I don't know who's the right person that you could choose for that job. There's definitely someone, but like it needs to be someone that's smaller cinema, like who doesn't do blockbuster things, like who's currently coming up and they're doing smaller movies. I can't think who though, but yeah, I would not have gone with James Gunn nor Zack Snyder. I think both of them were bad fits, and we can see the outcome of that. Both of them, their visions didn't work out for DC. I think James Gunn, yes, we're gonna learn that shortly. I mean, but yeah, so far it's not been going great for him.
I mean, like in 2027 is coming up, like his contract is coming to an end, so
Yeah,
there's a chance that they might, Paramount might say, "Yo, we done here." We'll see.
yeah, no, there's a huge chance because the guy who runs Paramount is a staunch conservative, which again you cannot remove from American business these days. He's a staunch conservative. Him and his dad, the Ellisons, and they also very specific. Like he's like a blockbuster guy. He just wants movies that are gonna be outliers when it comes to being blockbusters. So if James Gunn doesn't deliver that, I don't think he's gonna
true.
be renewed.
Fuzzy says a good Green Lantern movie is what I really want. I think I'd be happy with a TV show, to be honest with you.
They're doing a TV show, though, so
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think a TV show will be better overall.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Green Lantern is an interesting one because the reason the first film didn't work is because it's hard to do Green Lantern. Because, like, the whole green thing, dude, is too much, like, part of his character. It's not a side effect of the character. The whole thing has to have green, and, like, the costume, everything is just too green. Like, I don't know how you pull that off and people take it seriously. We'll see with the series, like if they can do better. But I get why that movie did not work. Even with the Ryan Reynolds, like I didn't think he was a bad actor there. I just thought everything else sort of sucked. Fuzzy says, what's a DC Snowflame movie? Snowflame? No, that's you asking that. What Snowflame are you talking about? Snowflame gets his powers from cocaine. Funny, very funny, Fuzzy. Snowflame gets his powers from cocaine. But I think that's an actual character, is it not, Fuzzy? Like Snowflame. That would be interesting. See, that is something I would give James Gunn to direct. I would definitely give him a character like that because James Gunn knows how to make characters like that interesting. But I wouldn't give him Superman. Like, he's the worst person to give a Superman movie.
Never heard of him before.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those. It's like Polka Dot Man, right? From the James Gunn movie, the dude that shoots polka dots. So yeah, like that character is a James Gunn character through and through. I can see James Gunn. This is what James Gunn should have done. You know, said like, you know what, I want to do the B stuff for DC. Give the A stuff to someone else. And I think he would have done a banger job. And I highly recommend if you call yourself a James Gunn fan and you've not seen a movie called Super. It's called Super. I think it's just called Super. Go watch that movie. It's one of the most brutal, and in-your-face superhero movies ever. And it was one of his early movies that he directed. Very good. I think it's just Super. With the guy from The Office. Very funny. Ty, I think we've covered everything for today. Anything else?
No, I think we covered it on Wednesday. Supergirl trailer was dope. News-wise, Xbox is doing a fan fest across the globe, one in London. I think I'll try and go to it. I don't know if I have to pay. I mean, if it's cheap enough, I'll go. Good job from the marketing side of things from Xbox for sure. They're doing the right things, saying the right things. At least for the fans within the ecosystem, they're keeping them happy. For the other ones who obviously gone because of no exclusives, it's not really for them, I suppose. They're, there's nothing else you can really do. They're gone. One way you can bring them back is if you go full exclusive. I think I've asked enough people who have left and have kind of basically they like what they're doing and saying, but have kind of said, you know what? If exclusives come back, I'm definitely there. Some of them have said, if timed exclusives come back, I'll come back. Because for them, it wasn't just about timed exclusives. It was the fact that like, okay, it's not just timed exclusives. You're still going to release this console that's going to be a hybrid. And all of them are like, well, I'm a PC gamer now, so this device actually makes sense to me.
Yep.
And you're telling me that like there's going to be time exclusives. Well, if that's the case, then I will buy games on your ecosystem as well. So that's important. Richie with the comments, beta testers, screw you, Richie.
That's all it means, Richie.
Screw you, Richie.
Tell
So I think, you know, the more benefits you give, the more people are willing to come back. There's actually one guy I know who said that when he heard that they were looking to make all the Xbox games PC emulated, and he was like, to be honest, I have a lot of 360 games, and if you're telling me that like I can get them or like on the Xbox ecosystem, that would actually be really cool. And I not that he'll come back, but he'll use the platform more because he wants these games, especially if you're providing like, you know, FPS boost and all these other things. So there's all these little things that you can do that's going to make some people happy. However, the big thing will always be, if you want the guys to come back, you gotta go exclusive, or if not, timed exclusive. But exclusive is the main thing. So we'll see what they'll do. You know, like, nobody knows what's going to happen, and I would always say that I don't think it's not off the table. I don't think there's enough evidence to say it's off the table. It's literally a case of, is this going? If Asher goes to him and says, "This is going to grow the ecosystem," Satcha's not going to say no.
Yeah. So the only thing I would say to that is, after the June showcase, we'll know for sure whether it is going to happen or not going to happen. Because there's no bigger stage, especially now you've sort of been doing, like, you, to your point, like they've been building up all these little wins, all these small little, you know, victories, whether it's messaging, whether it's, you know, engaging the fans about what they want, etc. All these small things. And so I think it all culminates in that June showcase. And there they just need to communicate that, okay, cool, this is sort of like the direction that we're taking. I just think, like, for them, where they are now, they can't afford any more will they, won't they messaging. The messaging needs to be clear that this is what we're doing going forward, and this is what we're sort of committing. Not sort of, but like, this is what we're committing to. They need to do that more than Sony and Nintendo, because I think Sony and Nintendo have been consistent in their communication, even if it's no communication. It's Xbox that everybody has questions with. It's like when Sony decided, like, nope, we're taking our games off PC. They didn't even have to release a statement. Everybody believed them. Like, okay, that's what they're doing. With Xbox, there's always this, well, will they, won't they? Are we or are we not? So I just think they just need to commit to a direction by the June showcase.
100%. I think they need to be clear, and I think it will do Asher somewhat well to be clear. If she doesn't have a conclusion yet in terms of, like, you know, hey, the data is still the data, and I haven't come to the conclusion yet because there's certain things that needs to be worked out. I would say, how much time do you need? How much testers do you need? And what if, you know, her response is like, well, I need to see how Gears of War does as an exclusive. I need to see how Forza does it as a timed exclusive to kind of have more data to kind of come up with these points. I think that's not going to be a good answer. It's going to seem like you're just kind of stringing people along. And I think she's smart enough to know that. So there might be a conclusion being set. She might need to say something like, hey, listen, you guys want exclusives? That's something we're looking into. Actually, I don't think you can even say that. I think it just needs to be yes or no. I don't think you can say people should wait. I think people are, you know, done with that.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Who's gonna be?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you just don't have time. Like no. Phil and the guys fucked everything up.
They made too many promises. That's the thing.
Yeah, too many promises, too many lies, too many. Hold on, wait, like, you know, like how many? They're like, oh, the games are coming, the games are coming, and then when the games are coming, so like PlayStation as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, you just can't say wait, guys. They just don't trust you, unfortunately.
Like I really think it should.
you know what you want right now. You know what you're gonna lose. Like I think it's like what Ash's resolve should be past June should be black and white. It should be like this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. We're doubling down on this, or we're going this direction and we're committing to this. It's a new thing that we're doing, but it should be clear. Like no one should still be, speculating on where Xbox is going.
Especially if you want to sell in your system.
Correct.
Like, I guess the only thing I could say is that, like, even if you take the piss, and the answer is still at the end of the day for the new Series X and S, sorry, for the Helix, is going to be exclusive. You could kind of bring some people back with that, like for sure. But I just really think for this showcase, you really need to, because this is the 25th anniversary.
Yeah.
Like, just say what it is. Just tell everybody what it is. Say like, no, time exclusive, or no, some games will be like live service games would be multi-platform. Like, you just have to say what the truth is.
Exactly.
And I think people can move on from that.
And to my point, or to your point, you've already put the message out. You fired the guy and the girl that was his deputy that have been in charge of your studios for the last 15 years. So, like, it tells me, was it 10, 15 years? I think about 10 years. But, like, it tells me that you're making definitive decisions about your direction on your anniversary year. This is the worst year to fire Phil. You get rid of Phil and Sarah on the anniversary year. It tells me that you are not happy with that direction and you want to go in a different direction. So make it definitive.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. They really, really should. It's a bit silly to me, but make a definitive plan. But I think there's some good things happening in terms of, like, I think it's gonna be cycle. I don't think I can really see what Tim Duncan and what
Oh yeah.
and what Asher is going to do, because all these games coming out are still like, these are Phil's games, these are Matt Booty, Ryan games. However, what I will say here is that when Asha comes in, I think she's going to have she's already in, but when she starts to kind of manage these kind of games, she's going to be asking questions like, hey, why isn't this going to sell well? We need to make sure these titles are doing well. And I do think you see her games do better. That probably what, like, Phil was considering doing or whatever. So, because I think his mandate was very, do whatever the hell you want to do. Whereas I think her mandate is, how is this going to bring users to the platform?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, no, in agreement with you. So, Rachel says the best exclusive I can do is the Gunk and Redfall. I liked the Gunk, mind you. Like, it was a pretty chill game. It was a nice sort of play and relax. But, like, at that time, yeah, like, the Gunk was not going to do anything for Xbox when it came out. Same with Redfall. Yeah, man. Like, so it's a great opportunity for them, and looking forward to what they do. Because, again, as we always say, that whether you like Xbox or not, they're probably the most exciting brand in gaming right now. They're making all the moves that actually are sort of shifting the direction of where we're going. Sony, I don't know, like, Sony to me is the most confusing in this entire generation in terms of, like, what's important to them, what are they committing to, and where they're going. Nintendo, I still think more or less exactly the same formula when it comes to this whole thing, as what they did with the Switch 1. They will only start to pivot if they start to see that overall they're not moving hardware, because that's the most important thing to Nintendo, is hardware first, because getting that hardware out is important for those first-party exclusives. So yeah, so far I think they're going to stick to what they know, and the only company that's going to do anything that's interesting is going to be Xbox for a while.
Yeah, I think they all have different issues. Funny enough, like, Nintendo already did their massive change, which was obviously pivoting, you could argue, towards the Wii, the casual device. And then they did another change, which was pivoting towards the Switch, literally merging the two platforms.
Yeah.
Hand, like, if people think about it, even to an extent, like, the Nintendo one is more insane. Because what they did is they said, "Oh, we're getting our ass kicked. Okay, let's go towards motion controls." That's not like
Yeah.
they abandoned a lot of their audience when they said
Yeah,
we're going
yeah,
towards
yeah.
motion control. That's a bigger change than whatever Xbox is doing. That's number one. Then they said, "Okay, now we're gonna merge the handheld space
Yeah.
and the console space together." That's a bigger change than Xbox saying we're going to merge the PC storefront and the Xbox storefront together. Like,
No,
Nintendo's
absolutely.
done way bigger changes, but everyone's all like, "Oh, clever, smart." When
Yeah,
Xbox does it,
because
who's this for? Who's this
yeah,
for?
but
Who
I
is
think it's
this?
because again, like it just comes down to like
Xbox
it's a
tax. Yeah, I
very
know.
subjective.
Xbox tax. Yeah.
It it comes down to the fact that like Nintendo at the end of the day, wherever they go, their library goes with them of titles. Even with the Wii, um, you still had Zelda, Mario, and all those titles going with them, and that's where the audience tends to go. They follow where those games are going. The problem with Microsoft doesn't have games to follow anymore per se. Like a
Because
lot
you
of
see,
the
all these people had to say was that like the strategy is sound, but because there's no games, it doesn't really
yeah,
matter. But instead, they don't want to say that, so they want to just attack the strategy and say, "Who's this for? Who's this for? Who wants this? I already have a PC." Ooh, like this is the dumbness of the whole situation. So dumb. It's like, Ty, who's this? Who's the Switch for? What do you mean? I already have a handheld. It's like, okay, sure, bro. Okay, like, what if you already have a hand? Who's the Switch for?
you're a funny guy, Ty. You and your musings about gamers. Look, I agree with you, especially recently, a lot about like your thoughts on gamers. Yeah, so you're not gonna hear any
Richard says,
disagreement.
sorry, Fuzzy says, the Wii might be the most played console, but I've never played a game with the motion controls. The motion, like, it was such a fad. Like, I remember I bought that device and I played like 2 games with the motion controls, and I was like, "This is trash." I was like, "What the hell is this?" And I just stopped using the motion controls, and that was it. Like, it just like everybody says the same about the Wii. Yeah, it just picked up dust.
Yeah.
If
you're a hardcore gamer, it was not really a console for you. It's for if you have the family coming over and you guys are gonna do party games. That's what it was. It was Mario Party the console basically. Um, yeah, and it worked for the time, and it got Nintendo back into the game. And again, like I think Xbox can only hope that they find themselves in a similar situation where whatever they do gets them back into the fold. That's the main thing, is that if it works, if the results are undeniable, then that's great. The miss or the fuck up is if it doesn't work, because then that's it. Like then that brand is gonna fold. Yes, they'll still be a publisher and they'll still have like a huge library, but if they can't inspire a bunch of people to care about that specific ecosystem, whatever that means.
But again, I would say that it's all about levels, and people can identify the levels, because I would say, for example, like there can be a publisher, but they can also like publisher in which sense? Like, are we talking about a publisher that's a Sega? Or are we talking about a publisher that's like an EA? Or are we talking about like a new kind of publisher?
Well, like an EA, basically. That's basically what they need to become, is like the next EA, where Call of Duty continues to sell ongoing, and they still get, like, for instance, the the right type of IPs out there to a wider audience, etc., etc. But yeah, basically, I think the base model will be like a Take-Two or a EA.
Before I answer that, Fuzzy says, we just played ridiculous amounts of Smash Bros. Oh, hell yeah, that was true. Smash Bros was my game for the Wii, the Wii U, and the Switch. Those are the only games I played, man. My most played game was Smash Bros. Richie says his most played machine was a 1 gigabyte notebook where I played emulation. You scum, emulating games. don't let Nintendo catch you, bro. And yeah, we always use GameCube controllers as well for Smash Bros. Pretty much for most games whenever I had the opportunity. Super Mario Slugger is fun. That's the baseball one. Fuzzy, I think that's the baseball one. Fuzzy says, but it's Rachel who said the comments. Unlocking characters made me play the game. Yeah, like Nintendo had good games that made you like. I think it was cheap as well. Like the Wii was cheap, so you were able to
it
like
was the cheapest
purchase it. If it
console.
wasn't that cheap, man, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'll get it. And it made sense because if the Wii had came out and it had graphics like the PS3 and the Xbox 360, dead. No, not say dead, but it just wouldn't have done as well as it should have.
Yeah. But that was the
Yeah.
pivot, just to move away from competing with Sony and
And to kind of focus on something like a cheaper market.
and they
But-
did it well. Like, and they succeeded. Like,
Yeah.
And
And
again,
to
like
point
with
out-
Nintendo is sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now that I say with Nintendo, it's not a fluke. It's years of experimentation outside the main console industry, and I think like when they did the numbers and they crunched the fact that like, well, our most successful products have always been the handheld products. Going back to the GameCube selling a ridiculous amount. Sorry, not the GameCube, the Game Boy selling a ridiculous amount. The Game Boy Advance selling a ridiculous amount. The DS selling a ridiculous amount. Like, put two and two together. The Game Boy Color, sorry, I left out, was also a ridiculous seller. So, like, to me, like they had like years of incremental sort of like, okay, cool. We see where we're very strong and we're not very strong here. Maybe let's bolster our strengths and see if we can't influence some of this direction as well, which worked well for them because they became the second choice console. So you bought a Series X, you bought a 360 or a PS3, but you had a Wii, which to me is the smartest strategy you possibly could have.
Agreed. I think it was really, really smart on them. To the point about the Xbox thing that I was saying is like publisher in the sense that they'll publish everywhere, but I think it's a new kind of publisher as well. Simply it's because they'll still have their own storefront, they'll still have their own ecosystem, they'll still have a subscription service, they'll still publish games from different parties with ID on Xbox or whatever, and they'll have a device console out there. And I think I don't know if you saw, but like Jez was saying that like there's another console being made, like being planned, and he like, trust me, there's another one being planned. At least that's what he's heard.
Yeah.
And someone can say, but why? And I'll say like, well, maybe because they think that this hybrid PC model is actually makes sense, and maybe they think this is actually where the platform needs to go. That this is actually a good thing. Maybe they want to make a Series S version because they realize that like, hey, there's space here to actually grow. Even though it's a niche, the question is, does it grow the ecosystem? Does it do good things for the platform? So I think they're going to be a new kind of, if they do become publisher, they're going to be a new kind of publisher.
Yeah.
And I think that publisher can that publisher challenge Steam? I think, yeah, but it's going to take a long time for them to do things. But I think the problem that they're also going to face is like I said, kind of similar with consoles. For you to start to gain an audience, you need your rivals to be messing up big time. So does Steam mess up? Do they start doing things that users don't like? Who knows? But the first thing you got to do is you got to make sure from a minimum point of view, your ecosystem can match theirs pound for pound.
Yeah.
And once you do that, you're in a good place, because now you're going to give people the chance to make those hard decisions, which is like, okay, should I buy it here? Should I buy it there? Etc. etc.
So Rachel says Xbox first party are not strong enough. Obsidian's AA games aren't moving the needle.
The funny thing about Obsidian is, Avowed didn't reach expectations. Outer Worlds 2 didn't reach expectations.
Yep.
Which is that the two RPGs that they made that are important. The only you could argue that the only reason why Obsidian is still like regarded as well revenue wise is because of Grounded, which is not an RPG game. So the speciality that the genre that you specialize in will probably put you out of business.
Yeah, I mean,
which to me would say that at some, especially because you were making those games beforehand, at some point you might have lost what people want because you weren't reaching targets. So at some point you lost what people wanted, or you were too busy listening to Phil and Matt, and you did whatever the hell you wanted to do, as opposed to doing what the audience maybe wanted.
Toxic
Like one of the things I actually
positivity.
saw when I was asking people, they said to like, listen, like the first trailer of Val was dark and gritty, and then when the full trailer came out, you showed us something that was more cartoonish. That's not what I wanted. I wasn't like, that just, you messed up there. Turns out like the director changed, so then different things changed. But now you've learned that like this wasn't what people wanted. So yeah, Richie's right. Double against ain't gonna move the needle.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like just the toxic positivity as well needs to go. You can't have these situations where you completely lock out feedback from the community that's going to play your games. I think you need a lot of that input as well, especially if you are designing a very specific type of experience. When it comes to, and I agree with you, like, well, what is the game that worked was Grounded 2, no? Grounded 1 and 2, both successes. If I was them, I would be in that point where I would ask myself, are we still an RPG studio, or is RPGs maybe not our thing anymore? We need to focus more on these sort of like experiences, like what we did with Grounded. Yeah, that's a valid question for them. But yeah, I think a lot of toxic positivity. A lot of these teams make games for themselves, like, oh, I would like to play this type of game, but that's not the point. The point is not the kind of game you would like to play, or that is made for you. It's what sort of game would your audience like to play, especially if you're making a game in the Pillars of Eternity universe.
I don't know if I don't know if I should like take a shot at you, because I feel like this is the same mindset, and I know you have some pushback here for sure, but this is the same mindset that you were telling me earlier on when I was like, hey, what's the difference? A 1 hour review, and you were like, 100 hours or 50 hours, and you were like, well, it's all the same. I was like, no, it's not the same. They just say objectively, this is nonsense. Like we can say that,
Yeah,
like,
so what's the parallel?
we can say like somebody saying to themselves like, well, objectively, I do know that what makes sense is more action-oriented gameplay. What makes sense is better graphics with characters that are attractive. But it's all about me and how I feel. So
Yeah, but
therefore,
it
I am
is
correct.
yeah, but like again, these are two separate situations here. If we're talking about you, the developer, and you making a product for an audience, and you making what you want to play,
If you're dropping a review for an audience, it's the same thing. We can say that like
but like,
one point is
dude,
bullshit, the other point is
very
not
simple,
bullshit.
very simple delineator between the two is the fact that like who's working for a business and who's just putting out an opinion publicly.
We can
'Cause
say
if
that
I'm-
there
if
are
I'm writing
no.
a Steam
We can
review-
say there are financial consequences to one of them,
Yeah,
but
like
they're both still about their feelings as opposed to what is objectively
yes,
true.
exactly. So, but like the difference is if I'm putting an hour Steam review as a person that spent money on it, that's very different than you putting out a review, or actually I don't want to use the review option. So example, that's very different than me putting out a game that I expect people to buy to keep our studios afloat. I already bought the game. I'm giving you an hour's review. Like I've already lost the money on the purchase. Big deal. That's it. That's done. But like I don't see how that is the same as you making decisions for a company.
It's about the internalization of people's feelings. Like
Yeah, but like-
homeboy here, Fuzzy says, I have over 1,200 hours in Grounded. One. And then some other guy comes and says, yeah, I have less than 1 hour in Grounded.
Exactly. So, but my
game
point
sucks. I'm saying that like I'm looking at Fuzzy saying like, okay, this guy has a better idea of what this game is. His review is more valuable. End of story.
But exactly to you, right? That's
No, to anybody who has a brain.
Well, I mean, again, that is subjective. That is completely
No. It's not subjective. If you have a brain, you would value a review that has 1,200 hours
Okay.
of experience content than
How does
somebody
that-
who doesn't have any of that content.
Okay, so
Now,
how
that
does that
doesn't
affect me as a
mean that
reviewer?
you can't come to a different conclusion or that person is wrong in certain aspects.
Okay,
But I'm saying
so
like
how
that
does that
person
affect me?
already has a better resume to review this product.
How does that affect me as the reviewer?
No, as a purchaser, it affects
No,
you.
as the reviewer, because we're
How
talking
you,
about
you're the purchaser.
as the purchaser. Say I don't listen. I listen to that person.
You said
What
that person
difference
who
is-
has a 1 hour. You
Yes,
listen to the person
let's
who.
say I listen. Let's say I listen to Steam reviews and I don't buy that game.
Wait, wait. To be clear, yeah. After 1 hour of gameplay, did you think Baldur's
Again.
Gate was a 10 out of 10 game?
Again, let's
I'm asking
go
you a
back to what we're
question. You're
talking
not
about.
choosing to answer.
Yes, I thought it was like a 9 out of 10 game after playing it for an hour.
Okay, same thing for
It
Cyberpunk.
it ticked all my boxes. Yes,
Same
absolutely.
thing for Cyberpunk. Is there
Yes,
any game that you've played
absolutely,
is there any
yes.
game that you've played that within 1 hour you knew this game is amazing?
Absolutely, yes. Cyberpunk.
Is there any
as well.
game that
I
you've
knew.
played within 1 hour, but then as time went on, you're like, okay, it's a bit boring now. Okay, it's a bit too long. It's dragging now. Because I can tell you right now, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, first hour was great. I loved it.
Yeah.
But then as I played it, I was like, oh, that's it. No, okay, no.
All the games, and I've said this from the beginning, like I like Jaffe's style of game design, which means that you need to grab the people within the first hour, the first 30 minutes of the game. If you don't grab their attention, then oh well, you failed at what you were supposed to be doing. Is especially during this era where people have all these things that require less from their attention spans than 10 hours. I'm saying to you, an hour to me is enough to make a judgment on an entertainment product, whether you like it or not.
An hour is not enough for me to tell you
Wow.
that a Starfield or a Baldur's Gate 3 or any entertainment product is a 10 out of 10 game or good
So,
or bad game or great
that's
game.
where
In
we
the
are-
same, because if you think about it, let's about it very carefully. You haven't technically experienced the whole game, the mechanisms, the stories, all the points here. This would be the equivalent to watching a movie for 15 minutes and saying, nope, didn't catch me in the first 15 minutes. I'm out of here.
Exactly. So let me ask you this question. If I walked out of a movie after 15 minutes because it didn't have me, would you consider that a valid review from
No,
me?
it's trash.
Why? Because I didn't like the
15 minutes?
Yes.
Why would I take you seriously? Why would I take your review seriously?
Okay, well, I mean, again,
Why would sorry, my bad.
Yes.
My fault. Why would
no, well, I
anyone
mean, like,
take a review
you
seriously?
so you,
Why would
you dis-
anyone?
dis- yes, sorry.
Why would anyone take a review seriously? You leave it like 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, I
It's a
mean,
3-hour
then
fucking
again,
movie.
so okay, cool. So by your metric, no one takes Steam reviews seriously, even though like most of them are an hour. The ones for the games that we're talking about,
Yeah,
no one
well,
takes those
I'm
reviews seriously.
I'm saying the reviews that are 1 hour, less than 1 hour are trash.
Yes, I'm saying to you, according to your metric, no one takes those reviews seriously, even though they make up the majority.
I can almost promise you, if Steam banned reviews that were less than 1 hour, no one would actually care, because I don't think most people even consider.
But
like,
but
people
are you
reviewing
saying
games within
materially
1
right
hour.
now they don't matter?
I'm saying if Steam banned reviews
No,
that were less
that's
than
not
1
what I'm
hour,
asking.
people are not going
I'm
to
not-
cry
that's not
about
what
it
I'm
because they
asking. Are you
understand.
saying? But that's not the question I'm asking you. Is that, are you saying that they don't have a material value to Steam's review system currently?
I don't know what that question means. I'm sorry.
Okay, you don't know what it
do you
means when
mean?
I say that.
Do you mean do they have an impact on Steam
Yes.
reviews?
Yes.
Well, of course they do, because they're registered.
Okay, so then when you say that no one would take those seriously, who's that no one?
No. The way this is just like the question I asked about, what is the material purchasing of what is the fuck, what's the word I'm looking for again? When I was talking about like the Xbox players buy games or not, what is the attachment rate, right? So this would be the same thing. If Steam says we're banning 1 hour reviews, I promise you the uproar that you think is gonna happen isn't gonna happen. Because I think most people with a brain realize like, yeah, 1 hour reviews are kind of trash. Fuzzy says, I don't take Steam reviews very seriously. Fuzzy says, I like that Valve wasn't as high as on Outer Worlds. My friend said the same thing too. He said Outer Worlds is better than Avowed, which is actually quite interesting. And I have another friend who said the opposite, that like Outer Worlds 2 is better than Avowed. But like, yeah, like the whole like it's just trash. Like, no one if Steam banned 1 hour reviews right now, I say like, yeah, 1 hour is not enough to justify a review. People are not gonna freaking go screaming and torching Steam, be like, oh, how dare you? They're gonna be like, yeah, you know what? I mean, listen, there'll be some crybabies like you, maybe, sure. Oh, sorry, sorry about that. You're on mute, by the way, Ushers.
I'm not talking about your current situation, right? I'm saying to you, if they banned 1 hour reviews, sorry, not if they banned, but like currently, are you saying that those 1 hour reviews are nonsensical? They don't mean anything to Steam users?
I don't know what that means. Like,
no, like it means exactly it means exactly what I'm saying. Like you saying that they don't matter to you, right? That these are not meaningful reviews to you. Are you saying that majority of people feel the same way about Steam reviews?
Okay. Sorry for pausing for a second.
No. You can think about it.
To understand this question, I guess let me rephrase it this way. What you're really asking is that if Steam said we're going to remove the 1 hour review. No, let me finish.
That's not what I'm asking.
No. I'm trying to understand the material effect of your question. If Steam said we're going to remove the 1 hour review from Steam and push it to maybe something like 3 hours, are you you're saying that people will be so annoyed and angry that Steam might be forced to change? But that's the material part of it.
So again, okay, cool. So as far as you're concerned, right now, someone that doesn't consider the material, I'm not taking they removing anything. I'm using your same example. So as someone right now, those reviews are right there. You disregard them. Are you saying that everyone else feels the same way? That's the question I'm asking.
No, obviously not. There's
cool.
somebody out there like you who thinks it's valuable. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, so again, so in terms of whether they're useful or not, is completely subjective as to who's reading those reviews.
My point here is that you saying that they're valuable.
Yes.
However, if Steam said we are getting rid of this, you will not be crying about it. Therefore, it's immaterial. You're just crying about it.
Again, like we can speculate whether I'd be crying about it or
don't speculate. Tell us right now. Steam says we're removing 1 hour reviews. You're gonna be tweeting about it, going on an opera, bitching about.
No,
Steam?
I'm not going to be tweeting.
Okay, so it's immaterial then.
No.
It's immaterial to you.
But then I asked you a question. It's not about me, and it goes back to my question. Just like I asked you,
I'm saying that you were talking about how you care about it, and then I told you as soon as if Steam removes it, would you be crying about it? And you said no, you wouldn't. So it's immaterial. And I'm making a claim right here, and you can tell me if you agree or not. That if Steam was to remove the 1 hour review and push it to 2 to 3 hours or whatever the fuck it is, people would not go on a crazy uproar about it.
Cool. So
do you agree or disagree?
No, I disagree with you because again, I asked you a question.
PC gamers are bitches, the crybabies. Is that why?
Well, I mean, you can make all those assertions and you can call them names if you want to. That's completely. But I'm asking you a question that you didn't answer. Are those 1 hour reviews important to Steam users or to a subset of the Steam users? Considering the fact that they're the majority of the reviews for most of these games that are negatively reviewed.
Wait, are they important to Steam users?
Yes, to the Steam users that read those reviews.
No, I don't think they're important to Steam users. I don't think they're important to anybody.
Okay, so you think that
on a material level, I don't think they're important to.
So they have no material.
From a material level, they're not important to anybody. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, so they have no material impact or effect on the game, whether how it's perceived.
You see, this is how I'm trying to find out exactly what you're asking me, because now you're talking about like material impact on the game. So could it affect sales? Yeah, obviously that's okay, the material part. But I'm saying to the user who wants to the user in terms of actual importance, I'm saying no, they're trash.
Okay, wait.
Because a review that is less than 1 hour offers nothing of value.
So you're saying okay, I just want to separate these two things. You're saying that they have no material value to the users, but at the same time they'll affect sales. So users don't care about these 1 hour reviews, but they affect sales.
Do you think most people who look at Steam reviews actually say to themselves,
So, and
"How
again,
this like you're doing to?" It's so surface level. Like I'm not a surface level person. Like this is like
again, I don't
dumb
know what that
talking.
means. What does that mean? Like,
Do
but
you
okay,
think
go ahead.
most people? Do you think most people who are on Steam are saying
Yes.
to themselves, "The reason why these scores are this way is because people here have played it for 1 hour"? Or do you think they're actually saying to themselves like, "Oh, wait, sorry, let me rephrase that."
Okay, go ahead.
I'm reaching. Do you think when people look at Steam reviews, aka mixed, negative, liked, or whatever it is, do you think that they're factoring that some of these reviews are only played for 1 hour or not?
I think yes, because it's clearly laid out there how long the person has played the game for.
No. When somebody says this game is now mostly negative on Steam, do you think people are saying to themselves, turns out if I actually go on Steam and press this button and check people who played it for more than 5 hours, it's actually extremely positive. Do you think people are thinking that deep about it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so when you make these statements, you're telling me to make assertions on surface level statements and claims.
Again, like what surface level? Again, like going back to what you were saying, is that like
I'm saying that if the users who are mainly looking at these things are not even delineating between is this an hour review or 2 hours review or 3 hours review, then it means that if you were to get rid of the 1 hour part of it, they wouldn't care.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. I love that point. So again, going back to what we're talking about, because when you brought this up again, we're talking about studios and what studios do when they make decisions in a vacuum that impact them or affect them when the game comes out and the review or the feedback is negative. Again, what we're looking at here is we're looking at like these people are looking at the data that they're getting from Steam, and it's these 1 hour reviews. So whether or not they know whether, like, to me, that's immaterial because it's still going to affect the outcome of what you're getting. So like you saying that it's not a good review or it doesn't matter whether it's a good review just means that your audience also doesn't care about the quality of the reviews if they're not actually going to dig into and understand what is it that they
do you
like.
think it's good like that? Like, let's say if a game uses AI, that Steam should list that the game uses AI.
I'm indifferent to this. I don't have an opinion on this.
Okay, fair enough.
Honestly,
Sorry, carry on.
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, carry on. My bad.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is that like if the audience is not serious enough about the reviews to actually go read them to find out like, well, an hour is all it was and I'm not interested in 1 hour reviews, then at the end of the day the impact is still, the outcome is still going to be the same. Ty, your game is not going to sell if it's what it takes to sell on Steam is it having positive reviews. The outcome is going to be the same for your product. And it's what I was saying about the studios. If you ignore the people informing your product, and then you're surprised about the outcome when it comes to the sales, I don't know what to tell you. In this situation, you cannot, even if it's 1 hour reviews, you cannot, if you're on Steam and that's what you use as a metric to judge whether a game is good or not, you cannot then, as the guys that are making the game, say, no, we don't care about people that played the game for.
Do you think it's important to, let's say, like because you're jumping to something, a different topic here. Do you think it's important to, let's say, like let's say you're a Korean person, right? And then you want to go buy a game, and for whatever reason, the game is extremely negative on Steam, and you're like, oh damn, it's extremely negative on Steam. But if someone says switch it to Korean, just Korean reviews, and then it's extremely positive, do you think that's a material change to that person? Like, oh wow, it means that maybe Korean people do actually like this product, but maybe due to Western culture and values, they hate this game. So for example, maybe a JRPG game, maybe a game like Xenoblade or Final Fantasy, let's say Dragon Quest. The Western developers, they hate it because it's too campy, it's too, oh my god, it's typical Japanese, jokes or whatever it is. But the Japanese actually love it. So do you think for a Japanese person, them actually seeing the actual truthful nature of that review, which is from the Japanese audience who loves it, is more important than seeing the general review, which encompasses Western values and Western ideology in that review?
Okay, just ask that because that was a very long question. Just
Okay,
ask
my
that
bad.
in a little
Sorry.
bit more
I
concise.
apologize. I apologize.
Because it's hard for me to sort of like track everything, like so that I
Okay,
can
sorry.
answer correctly.
I apologize. My bad. I'm saying that if somebody wants to go buy a game on Steam and they are from Japan, and that game is Dragon Quest X, and then this Japanese person sees that it's extremely negative, right? And as a result, they think, oh, the game is trash. I don't want to buy it. But the question is, how do we get valuable reviews? And then his friend says, put the review to only Japan. So Japanese people have only reviewed it. Forget about Western people, just Japanese people. And as soon as he puts it to Japan, it's very positive.
Okay.
I'm saying that, do you not think that's a more valuable insight for him than including Western people's reviews, which encompasses ideology that is extremely different from theirs and culture?
Fair enough. That's a very good question. And again, we look at the person. You're saying this is a Japanese guy. He's interested in this game because it's Japanese in makeup, right? It's a Japanese made game. And then he's reading the overall reviews, and the Western reviews are negative about the game, and the Japanese reviews are positive about the game. So there's two things I take away from this. So this is a game that's clearly marketed or targeted specifically at the Japanese audience who like what's being presented. And if that is what he's aligned to, and that's what he likes, then absolutely those reviews are going to play to his likes and his needs and whatever he's into, right? And those are the reviews that maybe that he should only be looking at because he's only looking at those elements. But if he wants to judge the game, and which is something that you've said in the past, if he wants to judge it against every game that's out there on the market, so in other words, he doesn't just want to compare it to Western RPGs. He wants to compare it to not just Japanese RPGs, but Western RPGs and other different type of games. Considering the bulk of the data presented would give him a better picture than just considering the data presented just by Japan, where they like this sort of experience being made. So to answer your question, if you're just looking for the answer that speaks to what you're looking for, then absolutely. But if you're looking for the broader answer that has the more information involved, including the West, that's going to give you a bigger picture, a much clearer picture than just looking at the sample that just talks to, you being Japanese.
Most Steam users are looking at do you think they actually value less than 1 hour reviews? I'll be very clear again, that if Valve was to say, we are removing these scores and we're going to focus on 3 hours instead, do you think Steam users are saying, no, screw that, put back 1 hour reviews now? Or are they like, I don't care?
I'll tell you, Steam users would definitely boycott against that because of two reasons. First reason is the fact that
Steam users are not boycotting Steam. But okay, go on.
But okay, cool. You can have that. So you can make that assertion. But I think they would.
Wait. To be clear, I think before proceeding, we should have at least like a very clear foundation that Steam users are not boycotting Steam. They're not going to Microsoft Store.
That's not the point.
Okay, so they're not boycotting. Cool.
No, but that's not the point. Like they're
getting angry, point. You're getting upset. That's what you mean to say.
They are like they're angry, they're upset at Steam, but that's not the point we're making. Again,
okay,
we're not going to sidetrack. As someone that likes to bring it back to the point, let's go back what we're talking about here. We're saying that if Steam users find out that like they can't do 1 hour reviews anymore, they're definitely going to push back against that. Let me not say boycott. They're going to push back against that that decision. Two reasons. First reason is the fact that it affects their return policy. The whole thing tied to an hour. And again, this is the first reason. The whole thing that it's tied to an hour means that you can literally just 1 hour of playing the game, you can ask for a refund from Steam. So if they no longer have those 1 hour reviews, it means that like it's going to affect their return policy with Steam. Steam's going to have to come up with another return
It's
policy.
not 1 hour, is it? I think it was not 3 hours.
I'm not sure, but like
I don't
my
think it's 1 hour.
understanding.
I don't think it's. I think your understanding is incorrect.
Okay, you can look that up. But like I'm just saying that it has implications on their return policy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second thing about that is like it now forces you, if you play a game,
It's less than 2
Despite-
hours.
okay, there we go, 2 hours.
Yeah,
So-
Rich says it's 2 hours. So let's just dismiss that point then, because it doesn't actually apply.
But it still affects your return policy, does it not?
No, it doesn't. But it's 2 hours, so it doesn't apply. So what Steam can do here is say like, okay, 2 hours. You can only review games over
Okay, cool.
1 hour 50
Okay,
minutes or
I
whatever.
like that point. So you think after 2 hours is enough?
No. I'm trying to meet you
No, no.
halfway. I think it's trash.
No, but like
I
now
think
I'm
it's
meeting
too
you. Like,
trash.
I want to understand from you. Do you think 2 hours is enough for a quality review?
No, I would say 3 hours.
Okay, cool. So if they moved it to 2 hours, you still think that a lot of people would not care?
No. I think it's what's this word I'm looking for? It's a scale. Well, I think 1 hour is the most egregious, and I think the higher you go, the better it is.
Okay, so don't you think then, like, if people felt the way that you felt, they would have like asked Steam to extend it to 2 hours?
Because they don't. Steam doesn't care. Like, but why would they ask them to extend it? They don't care. I just think it's just a review to review. The only people who would actually be annoyed at this.
All right, cool. So then,
The people who would actually like want
the
the
people
people
on
who
Steam
want to
don't
fight
care.
this. The people who want to fight this is the developers and publishers.
Yeah, well,
users
I'm
don't
saying
really care.
so the users don't care.
Yeah, users don't care. Yeah, it's the
So
developers and
so who
publishers
are we
who care.
arguing on behalf of here? If we're not arguing on behalf of the users,
No. I'm saying that from a review point of view, it's trash.
well, I mean, it's the users. At the end of the day, it's their prerogative whether or not they decide that those are important. And I'm saying to you, they've not done anything to say that it's trash. You can say that it's trash. You can have that opinion, but nobody has gone on. That's not a developer or anyone on Steam has gone on to complain about 1 hour reviews.
Yeah, but we're not talking
That's
about
a Steam user.
We're not talking about that though. Me and you are talking
But
about
I mean,
it.
like, that's what. But like, that's the gist of the conversation: is that it's not quality for who? For the users. And I'm saying to you, the users. You said they don't care. So who is it trash to or for, if they don't care, as the user base?
So if you were to, here's an example, right? Baldur's Gate 3 is overwhelmingly positive on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
If you go down to less than 1 hour, it's mixed reviews.
Okay. Yes.
Which reviews are more useful? The overwhelming positive reviews where people have played it for over more than 1 hour, or the less than 1 hour reviews where people are like, yeah, this is not that great. Yeah, trash.
But again, like, to who? Like, I'm asking you the question: to who?
I'm
Like,
asking
asked
you,
to me-
what would you, what
to me-
do you think? I'm asking you, what do you think is more valuable? The reviews
who?
where people have
To
played
me?
over. I'm asking you.
me?
Yeah, you.
No. To me, is it valuable to me or is it valuable to Steam?
Is the person's are the people's reviews who have all
Yes.
added up to Baldur's Gate being mixed more valuable because it's less than 1 hour than the
Yes.
people who have played the title
Mhm.
for over like 3 hours or 5 hours? Which ones are more valuable?
To
do you
who?
think
To
I'm
Steam
asking
users.
you. What do you mean to who? I said it 5 times. To you.
And to me as the individual, it's going to come down to basically, again, like, I don't look at, like, to your point, me as a user, I don't dive into, okay, what is whatchamacallit, well, what is the recent reviews, the all-time reviews, the 10. I just look at the overall review number. If it says 94, I think, okay, cool, that's interesting. 94, that's a nice score for a Steam review. Very positive, happy with that. But I would not dive into that detail if you're asking me specifically. I would not dive into that detail to find out what makes them.
So in
I
a
would look at
different
the
universe,
top.
if Baldur's Gate 3 is still the exact same and whatever,
Yeah.
Steam decided to change its policy to just only show to default 1 hour within 1 hour reviews,
Yes.
you would be like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I guess
Yeah,
this is gonna be
absolutely. Like,
trash.
dude, if that's the superficial number that I'm looking at as the average Steam user, absolutely.
How's that?
That's
a good
what I would
thing?
look at.
How's that a good thing?
I'm not saying it's a good. That's the whole point. I'm not arguing whether it's a good thing or not. I'm saying what does the
I'm
audience?
asking you, is it a good thing?
Again, for me, not necessarily. If I again dude, that's a very very tricky question, and I would have to think about that question, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I would not just want to give you a superficial answer because it will miss some of the nuance.
I think you just don't want to commit. Like we all know what is objectively true here.
No,
we all know what is objectively true here, and I think you're just.
No, that's the thing, though, Ty. You can't prove that it's objectively true.
Okay, fine. Do you think Elden Ring is a good game?
And again, don't use words like.
Okay. Well, I won't ask the question. I'll just say what it is. If you go on Steam right now, Elden Ring is very positive. If you go to less than 1 hour reviews, it's mixed.
Yes.
How's this a I played. Listen, bro. I played Elden Ring.
Okay, cool.
I think that game seriously got much better as I played it, but it's just not really for me. It's like too open world or whatever it is.
Okay,
like the idea that Elden Ring is a mixed game is not true.
How is it not true? Like,
objectively, is it true?
I mean, yes. According to what you just told me, it's true. Because you said
objectively, Elden Ring is an okay game.
For my experience,
it's an objectively. Objectively.
Yeah, I would say look, if you've only played 1 hour of Elden Ring, absolutely, it can be a very mixed experience. Same with
is that a valuable review?
It is a valuable review for the person that's looking for that review.
Okay, so how about this year? Do you think
if the person doesn't want to spend more than an hour,
do you think it's better if Steam just says, you know what, we're not going to show you the overall review scores of games from 3 hours and above, but if you want specifically 1 hour, then you have to click it.
Yeah.
But we're not going to add that to the overall review point. Would that be okay? Would that be like a good middle ground? So if you're actually somebody who's, because as you're saying, because if you're looking now for a 1 hour review, then well done. You can actually go click it and find that 1 hour, that useless 1 hour review. Well done.
Okay, cool. So tell me, the useless 1 hour reviews, you're saying that you're removing them from the overall reviews of the game?
Yeah, because they're useless.
Okay, if they're so useless, then why are you worried about them? Why do you need to remove them?
No, oh my God.
They don't affect the material sort of outcome of how the game is.
Because I'm removing them because the useless scores are affecting the overall score.
But did they do that for Elden Ring, for instance?
What do you mean?
Is Elden Ring's overall score affected by the mixed reviews that are 1 hour?
I don't know. I didn't do that.
Is it not an overwhelmingly positive score overall?
I didn't check. Let me see. It's very positive.
Okay, and then what about Baldur's Gate? Is it not overwhelmingly positive, even though there's mixed reviews that are 1 hour?
Yeah, it's overwhelmingly positive. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So how have they materially hurt the scores of those games?
Who's talking about materially hurt the scores of the game?
Well, I mean, okay, cool. How have they hurt the overall scores? Why would you want to remove them?
No, we're not talking about material or not. I'm saying that the reviews are trash.
I'm saying, okay, so how do they affect? I said to you, I just look at the overall score, which for Baldur's Gate is overwhelmingly positive. For Elden Ring is overwhelmingly positive. I didn't look at the 1 hour reviews, right? I'm saying, so for you to want to remove them, why would you want to do that?
Do you think it's possible that some people can review? I guess we're moving to a different discussion, but do you think it's possible that some people can review bomb games?
Yes, absolutely. You can review.
So how would that be a true reflection of the game if it's being review bombed by people who just purchased it to review bomb the game?
So do you know that for a fact? Or maybe they just didn't like it after an hour?
Just to be clear, are you saying that review bombing in games don't happen?
I just agreed with you. It happens, but how do you know what's a review bomb or what's a genuine opinion?
The fact that you already just claimed that happened, like we can just skip this part, which is basically okay.
Which part are we skipping specifically?
You said review bombs. You said review bombs do happen. So I'm saying okay, so
positive review bombs happen as well, where you just give a game 10 because you like the franchise.
Do you think people are more likely to give a game a 10 because they like the franchise or to review bomb?
They've done that previously for other franchises.
Do you think people are more likely to give a game a 10 out of 10 or review bomb a game?
Sorry?
Do you think people are more likely to review bomb a game or review praise a game?
Again, it depends. I don't have the.
Do you think people are more likely to review bomb a game?
Yes, they likely to do both. They likely to do both. I've seen this.
Do you think people are more likely to review bomb a game or review praise a game?
I think they're likely to do both. I don't know what the difference is between the two in terms of like.
You think you're
who's
more
like,
likely to?
if
You,
you're a
you
fan,
think
you're
you
like.
think you're more likely to see Dustborn get review praise and review bomb?
Yes, that's one you
You
probably
think
like.
you're more likely to see Veilguard get review praise and review bomb?
Yes,
Like you,
review.
like none
Yes,
of these discussions can even like fly because you're just not even willing to actually like be honest and tell the
I'm
truth.
being honest, dude.
You
I'm in
don't
the
believe
community.
this. You don't.
Like
No, I don't
Veilguard.
believe you believe this.
Veilguard. How many people gave that game a 10 out of 10?
Talking about
because of the
Steam
fact that they
users.
like.
Talking about Steam users. Not
Yes, Steam
not.
users. There's a lot of them that gave. Go look at the positive reviews. People that say I don't understand.
You
like
think
it's
think
just-
Veilguard
yes.
got more review praise and review bomb? Honestly.
depending again,
You
that's
see,
a different question.
It's always
No,
depending. It's always this.
This
Well,
is-
who
this is the thing,
knows?
this is
Who
the thing
knows
with you.
this? Like,
Come on.
like
Dude,
you're
you-
such a fraud.
You just change every single time I give you the answer, then you change you move the goalpost. You say, okay, cool. So will people review bomb this specific situation? I'm saying to you, it happens in both situations. And then you ask me which one is more or less. Okay, cool, but that's a separate question. We're moving the conversation to a different direction. If you're saying, are people likely to review bomb positively and negatively? I'm saying, yes, it can happen. Depending on the community and the environment, depending on the game, it happens. I'll give you an example. Crimson Desert is positively reviewed bombed, in my opinion, right now. A lot of people are living positive opinions about it because they want it to be liked because of the fact that critics don't like it. And to you, I'm being unreasonable when I point that out. Say, no, there's a lot of people that are probably voting this game and giving it like positive reviews because of the fact that critics don't like it. Because of the fact that IGN gave it a 6 out of 10. So that happens. Like, I'm not making things up. That happens. I'm not refusing to engage. I'm just saying to you, that's an example of where this situation happens. But anyways.
Like Crimson Desert has a mostly positive score on Steam, and as soon as I go to less than 1 hour, it's mostly negative. Like, I mean, these reviews are useless.
So did they affect the overall score of the review?
No, but like that's not the point. I'm talking about them being useless reviews. They're useless.
Okay,
reviews.
cool. So then, what material? What impact do they make in terms of like?
We're not talking about even like from a material. We're talking about if the reviews are actually useless or not. Like that is actually just what I'm talking about. Like, are these good reviews or not? And I'm saying like these are useless reviews. Now you're saying that like they're not useless reviews. They're useless to me. I'm saying like overall they're just useless reviews. Like
Okay, cool.
A review that is 1 hour.
Okay, cool. So what are you basing them being useless on?
The amount of content in the game cannot be evaluated within 1 hour.
So okay, so let's say
therefore it is useless. In the same way
cool.
how the amount of content in a book cannot be reevaluated within 5% or 3% of that book.
Okay. So can I ask you this question? Can you know whether something is for you, like starting to read a book from the first chapter, whether you want to read the rest of that book?
No, I don't know. I've never read a
So
book.
a movie, can I know after watching 15 minutes?
I've never read a book in the first
Okay, cool. So can I know that after watching a movie for 15 minutes that this is not for me and I stop watching it?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, cool. So an album, can I listen to 2 songs of the album and decide that this album is not for me?
No, I don't.
So you don't think people make decisions this way?
No, I think people didn't make decisions that way. But I'm saying that if you cannot review something by consuming 5% of the product, that's not a review.
Cool.
That's a 5% review.
Okay, I agree with you on one term. I agree with you if you're a professional.
Rachel says they are not useless reviews; they are harmful reviews. And Rachel also says, "Do you close the books if the protagonist isn't an edgelord that you wanted?" It's like,
yes, I do. So I do, Rachel. If he's not the edgelord that I want her or him to be, I close the book. So again, I think what Rachel says is actually more valid. Where he says they are harmful reviews, which is an interesting point. Yes, you can argue that, well, this review is harmful. But in terms of usefulness, you have to understand what a person deems useful to begin with. If I say to you that I don't have a lot of time, for me, if a game doesn't grab me within the first 30 minutes to an hour, it's not for me. And then I'm willing to, and I've reviewed, like for instance, High Guard was a game like that. Didn't grab me in an hour, and I dropped it after an hour. As a result, that's all she wrote. And in High God's instance, it affected the game sales to the point that the studio ended up being closed. However, in other situations, like for instance, as you mentioned with games like what is this? Like
Crimson Desert.
A lot of other people wanted gave like 3-hour, 100-hour reviews or whatever. So again, it's got nothing to do with whether you're right or you are wrong, but that's what you don't want to admit. You just think you're materially right, and I'm saying you're not materially right. It depends on who's reading that review. It's useful to someone. It might be useless to you, but someone will find use to it. Someone like me who doesn't want to spend 10 hours before a game gets good. That's it.
But see, that's a lie. Because if that was the truth, you would click specifically on less than 1 hour reviews, but you don't. So it's a lie.
How is that a lie?
If 1 hour reviews were so important to you, you wouldn't default to what everyone thinks. You would default to what 1 hour reviews say, but you don't do that. So it's a lie.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
It's a lie. You're lying.
Cool. Okay, cool. So you're saying I'm lying because of the fact that I don't do a deep dive into the reviews.
Cyberpunk, the game you love so much, the best game of the generation, is very positive on Steam. If you put it down to less than 1 hour, it's mixed. That's a lie. You will not buy Cyberpunk based on somebody who thinks the game is mixed because it's a useless review. You know yourself, Cyberpunk is one of the best games. You know yourself that Cyberpunk is one of the best games of the generation. Let me finish. You've said it so many times. You see, you're smiling because you know you've just been cut out. No, Cyberpunk is one of the best games this generation that you've said over and over again. There is no way you are making a judgment to not buy Cyberpunk based on some guy who purchased this product and played it for less than 1 hour saying trash. It's a lie. You're lying. You don't value 1 hour reviews.
No, that's how do you know?
You value this 1 hour review that says Cyberpunk is trash? It's mixed on Steam.
I mean, look, if there's one,
answer my question. It's mixed on Steam.
Yeah. Wait, like when is it mixed?
You think that's valuable? You think this person sends this person who played for 50 minutes? Sorry, this guy played for 17 minutes or what's this? Whatever he says. Avoid, not engage. Press Y to skip ahead. Didn't care. In the end, I gave up. Found myself hating it. When something is too over the top, like this is a 17-minute review. How is this valuable?
So
you're not answering why it's valuable. You're not answering why this review is valuable. He played it for 17 minutes and he says snooze fest. How is this valuable?
Okay. That's
whoa. Look at this. King Douchebag played it for 10 minutes and he gave a negative score. He said, nah. Somebody else played it for 1 hour. Goomsby. He said, boring. Somebody else played it for 6 minutes and says, painful movie scenes you're forced to see through. 10 minutes flying a car scene. Like, how is this good? You don't believe what you're saying. You're lying. Why are you lying to yourself?
Like I don't know. Like again, like I'm looking at so where did you find these reviews? Did you go specifically to 1 hour reviews?
Of course, yes.
Okay, and I'm saying to you, I'm looking at the first page here. There's a negative review that's got 73 hours on it.
No, I went to 1 hour reviews. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the first page that I would look at as the customer of the game. And mind you, and I'm glad that you brought up Cyberpunk, and I think we're gonna end the show shortly. I'm glad you brought up Cyberpunk, which has 63,000 negative reviews, right? And a lot of those reviews, that was the first week when it came out. Everybody was review bombing it. Nobody liked Cyberpunk until like months after it was released, even on Steam. But that said, I still bought it because of the fact that I liked Cyberpunk. It had nothing to do with the reviews, whether they were on Steam or not. They didn't inform my opinion. I liked what I saw about Cyberpunk. And I played it on console where it was the most negatively reviewed. So what has that got to do with anything that's on Steam in terms of those specific reviews?
But I never brought that up. You brought that up.
Yeah, but like what you brought up again, I think is just
saying
like
reviews
really
I'm saying these reviews are useless.
And I'm saying to you, it depends who you ask. Maybe douchebags
like
was
dumbass
to someone. Let me find someone who played it for 10 hours as well, and then I'll tell you why I agree with them for whatever. Like,
Real
and
quick,
again,
Rachel says, "Do you close?" Oh, wait, said that.
yeah.
Reggie says, "If I don't like something after an hour, I would just close the game because I'm not qualified to review it. I would just say the game isn't for me." Rachel also says, "Imagine I drop a game because the protagonist is lesbian. Should I give a 1 out of 10 game because the protagonist isn't straight?" Like, yeah, these are the kind of
That's the
reviews you
thing.
get with these like freaking 10-minute purchases, and I'm gonna
I'm saying,
they're buying this game just to review bomb. These are useless reviews. Like, why are you
okay, but then
so?
I'm saying they might be useless to you, but there's a lot of people
Who are
that
they
feel like
useful
that way.
to? Who's it useful
The same
to?
people that buy into the same. That is why you have curator groups. The same people that believe the
Who's
same
it useful
thing.
to? You haven't
The
answered my
people that
question.
buy that whole, like for instance, the guy who has the curator group on 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 Steam that looks for DEI.
Oh, you mean
Whenever
this
someone
guy?
says those things, yeah, is it
Yeah,
Kabutros?
but again, like then I would say then
Yes.
remove this from the reviews or whatever, and let the people who specifically want 1 hour reviews go find it. I guarantee you're not going to see many people click on that
So,
because they
but
don't
then
care.
again, why would you want to do that?
You've just made us jump from. Oh my god! You just.
No, like no.
You're saying that they're valuable, and I'm saying they're not valuable.
Yes.
And the reason why I'm saying they're not valuable is that, like, if you were to remove it from Steam, like a different curated section, no one's gonna click on it because no one cares about what somebody
Okay, so
says.
why would you want to remove it if it's not valuable?
Huh? Wait, why do I want to remove it if it's not valuable? Because it's useless. I'm saying the useless reviews.
So why would you? But again, they're not making any. You're saying that they don't have any material impact on the outcome. Why would you want to remove them?
Oh my god. Okay, sure.
I don't understand, like, how is this so difficult? Like, I mean, like, I disagree with you fundamentally because, as I said, they are useful to someone.
I just agree with Rachel. Like, they should have a comment section for those harmful stuff. If you're a grifter, you shouldn't have the right to buy a game just to review bomb it. I mean,
So
listen,
okay, that's a good point. That's a
wait,
good
wait.
point.
I'm saying, like, you could buy anything you want, but I'm saying, like, if the 1 hour reviews were just a subsection, we're like, okay, 1 hour is not really enough to really review something. So how about this, guys? It's going to be 3 hours now. But if you really, really want 1 hour reviews, there's going to be a separate thing that isn't included into the actual overall review thing.
Cool.
I promise you, the click-through rate of that 1 hour section is going to be like fucking zero.
Okay, so why do you think Steam doesn't do that?
Because
it eliminates
because
toxicity,
nobody actually cares about this, and I think Steam is very, very open.
So why is it so? If again, if
you're
you say
asking
nobody
a different
cares about
question. The fundamental question is: these are useless reviews.
But if they're useless, then why hasn't that's what I'm trying to understand from you, is that if number one they have no material impact, why do you want them to remove?
Oh my god! It's not about even wanting them removed. The first point is the first point of contact is the useless reviews. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that to everyone that is going to click on that game, they're useless.
Yeah, because I believe the overwhelming people are not looking for 1 hour reviews.
Okay, but then why is it that those 1 hour reviews, like so many people do 1 hour reviews if they know that no one's going to click on them, no one's going to look on them at them? Like, why is it that they contribute like such a significant part of the overall reviews?
I mean, so if they do contribute a significant part, then they do have a material effect, then, right?
Let me just find out quickly from Steam. What are the most reviews by time played on Steam? No, it's not new. And versus others.
Review it, but don't score it. Yes, I would say that as well. Yes, if you, I agree with you.
Okay, it
If
says
you're
this.
playing a game for less than 2 hours or something, you can drop some kind of review, but there's no score that's going to show up.
Okay. So here's what AI says. It says 1 hour reviews are generally not more common than others across the timeline, but they spike in specific predictable scenarios. Here's a breakdown of how playtime usually correlates with reviews. Refund window is 0 to 2 hours. This is what I mentioned before. This is where the highest concentration of short duration reviews, because Steam has a 2 hour whatever.
True.
And one, yeah. So the intent, these usually are warning reviews the player encounters for technical bugs and glitches. So again, 0 to 2 hours. If the game is glitchy and buggy, very useful information that you can gather from there. And that would discourage you not to buy the game because it's in a buggy state.
But see, I will qualify that and say that if somebody's returning it and they want to leave a review based on it being glitchy or buggy, whatever it is, that should be a separate section.
Okay, it says you will see a higher
because to be clear, there's a difference. Especially with PC users, there's a difference between somebody saying that I have a RTX, whatever it is, I have an AMD, whatever it is, and it didn't work for me. Therefore, I'm returning it. It's not because the game is bad, but it didn't work for me. That's somebody saying this is trash. Those are two different reviews. Wait,
if a person says, well, it didn't work on my RTX 30.
Can we acknowledge? Wait, can we acknowledge those are two different reviews?
But it's our reviews, right?
Can we acknowledge those are two different types of reviews?
The opinion of the reviews, but that's not what you were arguing. You said that all 1 hour reviews were trash.
Well, I mean, again, I don't do surface level. I know you like surface level stuff.
No, but your take was that.
No, but I'm saying that because that point is a good valid point. But can we acknowledge? Yes. That there's a difference between this didn't work for my PC and this game is dog shit crazy?
So if that person, I'm asking a question. If that person said, "Well, this didn't work for my PC, so this game is dog shit," is that valid or invalid?
That's valid. I don't know what you mean by that.
If they said their opinion of the fact that they had a crash within the first hour, hence the game is dog shit, that's a valid take.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Wait. Just to be clear, I don't know, it's surface level stuff. It's just weird. Are you telling me? Wait. Are you telling me this? If you got the new J.R.R. Tolkien book on your Kindle, and then for some reason the file you got was corrupt, you can drop a review and people can think that oh no, the book is actually shit, as opposed to the file being corrupt.
But that's what I'm asking you in terms of what the guy is saying, because a lot of people will say it's trash because it crashed within the first hour. Is that a valid review or not?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next point.
Anyways, it says the trend, you will see a higher ratio of these on indie, which are shorter or highly anticipated AAA games that launch with technical issues. That's the 0 to 2 hours. That's where you get a lot of those. It says the sweet spot is 5 to 20 hours. Most non-multiplayer, this is where the bulk of the reviews actually live. So again, this is majority of the reviews that people are putting out there is the 5 to 20 hours. Most modern narrative action games are roughly 10 to 15 hours long. Most users wait until they have beaten the game or seen the core loop before giving a review. Completely agree. The trend, games like Resident Evil, shorter indie titles like Hades, majority of the reviews live here. And then, of course, there's the dedicated following, which is 100+ hours, which is the third tier. But it doesn't give me an amount here in terms of review credit factor. It doesn't really tell me how many hours, how many reviews in terms of ratio are more. But again, if I look at this, what they just described here, to me, it makes perfect sense. If you're saying that all 1 hour reviews are trash reviews, I'm saying to you that's false. That's objectively false, because it depends who you're asking what is usefulness. And that's exactly the same review I gave. I said, for me, my time is precious. That's the example I kept giving you. If the game takes too long to get over an hour, etc., that review will mean something to me. If someone has a problem with politics, it might not resonate with me, but maybe to other gamers that care about that shit, it will resonate with them. That's all I'm saying, is that you can't dismiss it and say it's useless if it's useful to someone. That's it.
Okay.
But anyways, we're almost 4 hours in. I think
That was fun. I mean, obviously we went off a little bit off topic, guys. But yeah, it was fun. It was good banter.
Yeah. No. Like, look, by the third hour, we have pretty much a good idea that most people are probably left that wanted to watch the show. And I don't mind us having these conversations because, again, I think it's important to, especially in these circles, to sort of encourage disagreements and have these sort of back and forth conversations, because nothing is achieved, nothing is won if we agree and we end up saying yeah, like let's move on along, then we go on to the next point. But if we disagree,
Reggie says a curator group isn't the same as someone giving a low score. I agree.
Yeah, no, I agree. But like, again, a lot of the people that are giving, like for instance, the Kabutras guy, a lot of the people that are part of his curated groups are the same people that would just read the first hour reviews looking for those specific keywords, woke, this and this and this, and then they'll decide whether or not they want to play that game. And that's what they use that for. I don't agree with the usage of it like that, where even great games or games where like you'll find positive things, the only reason that, they won't engage with it is because they don't agree with the messaging or whatever they perceive the messaging to be. But the bottom line is, it doesn't invalidate their opinions. They can still have that opinion. It's still their money that they're going to be spending.
I'm saying it's a trash opinion.
That's fine. Like, I mean,
but it is a trash. Objectively, it's a trash opinion.
Invalid to you, Tyler?
Objectively, it's a trash opinion.
But is it invalid? Does that invalidate that person? What does
invalid mean? Like an opinion is an opinion. I'm just saying, like, there's a trash version of it.
Absolutely. You can say that that's a trash opinion. But do you disagree that there's people that are going to agree with that opinion?
I don't know what that means. I don't, like, I'm saying, like, from a material point of view, I don't think people care about 1 hour less than 1 hour reviews. I just don't think they do care. That's why I said, because the way to find out if something is important is to see if it has a material effect. And I'm saying that, like, if Valve for whatever reason said, hey, the 1 hour section is a bit too short, we're gonna separate it from the actual main reviews, and then you guys who actually really want and value 1 hour reviews can click on it separately from like a kind of curated kind of system. I don't think anyone goes crazy, because the truth is no one thinks 1 hour reviews are valuable.
And again, I would love
in the same way how I think you don't believe 1 hour reviews, which gave Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk, the two other games that you said the best games of generation, get them a lower score, a mixed review score. I don't think you value those reviews at all.
I would value those reviews if they gave me valuable insight and intel.
You see how you have to qualify everything. How would it be inside an intel?
Okay, so like
1 hour? How would it be like Baldur's Gate is a game that you can play for like 700 hours? Like, how would it be inside an intel based on 1 hour?
If somebody said, like, I didn't like Cyberpunk because it kept crashing every 2 seconds I played.
No. Okay, from a technical standpoint, if it's a game that's broken, then yeah, you return it because it's broken. I'm talking about like an actual review.
But again, like, if we go back, because your example was Cyberpunk, and I'm saying to you that the reason a lot of people,
but the Cyberpunk that I did was recent. It was the most recent reviews.
Yes, well, I'm saying,
but again, to be clear, like, see, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, let's go into details here. Let's not do surface level. Yes, if the game is broken, I understand that. Let's separate broken.
So what if somebody didn't like?
Let's separate broken versions and just focus on the actual review of the gaming content.
Okay, cool. So the guy said,
are those reviews valuable? Because the reviews I read out to you, they didn't say it was broken. They said boring, snooze fest. They said all this crap. It was about the actual.
Yeah, and it wasn't about politics. So again, if somebody said, you know what, this game,
how is that valuable?
It's valuable because it tells me, if, again, not very simple. We're not talking about every single.
Ushers, your logic isn't good, says Rachie. I'm even siding with a corporal shield. You know what it is, bruh.
So, okay, fine. But like, what I'm saying to you is that, like, if you're going to say, so was every single one of the 1 hour reviews saying what you just quoted to me about Cyberpunk?
No, if the 1 hour reviews, are talking about it broke on me, it destroyed my, wiped out my whole system, destroyed Windows, I'm now on Linux by default. All these reviews are perfectly fine. Yes, cool. But I'm saying, like, if we're talking about just the game, I'm
So
saying
what I'm
how
asking you is-
how can you review Cyberpunk's content, a game that has probably over 500 hours of content or 300 hours of content? How can you say in less than 1 hour, because you haven't have you even left the main stage? Have you even gone into guns? Like Cyberpunk gets really, really fun when you start getting the guns and the builds, right?
Correct.
It gets
I
interesting
agree
when you
with
start
you.
to build relationships with Pam and all these other characters. Like
Yes.
it gets interesting when you start to get guns and cars and drive around the city and explore the city. How can you do that in less than 1 hour? How is that a valuable review?
And I'm saying you can't do that. I'm not
So
disagreeing with
so my question again to you is simple: is that a valuable review
to like again to who? It depends. What am I
to
looking for?
you?
To me, as a cyberpunk player, no, it's not.
No. But you see, why do you have to be a Cyberpunk player? Why can't you just be any player? How is
So,
1 hour
like,
review?
because
How is
of
that?
the
How is
fact
that? How is it
okay.
valuable in Baldur's Gate, in Crimson Desert? How
Okay,
is it in
cool.
Elder
So-
Scrolls? How is it valuable across the board? Why are you being? Why are you specifically picking? You see what you're doing? You've chosen the game you like, and you've said
No,
because I like
you
this
chose
game,
the
I'm going to qualify
You
it.
brought the game up. You brought the game up. I didn't bring the game up
Why are you qualifying the game you like?
because you chose the
Why
game
not
that I
across the
like.
board? Why not across the
Like,
board?
okay, cool. I'll give you an example. I played 15 minutes of High Guard, and I thought it was complete trash because it wasn't for me. It's not what I'm interested in. I don't want to play that sort of game.
Okay, fair
now.
enough. Okay, let's say
So,
I
is
grant
that
you
a
that.
wrong-
Let's say I grant you that, right? Do you think a live service game and an RPG game are in the same vein of understanding
it
within 1 hour?
Absolutely not. So, do
Okay,
you think
so,
it was
okay, so from an RPG or adventure perspective,
Yes.
are those valuable reviews?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then just say like so okay, then we're
So-
done here then.
So,
I don't
okay,
know
let
why
me ask you a
I don't know
question.
why
Now,
you
let me
took
ask
her
you,
to say
let me
that.
ask you a follow-up question.
Fire
Would
away.
that be a valuable review for a game like High Guard?
I actually don't really think so, to be honest. But I mean, I can see how
Yes
it can
or
be.
no? Again,
No.
qualifiers. Tell me yes or no. Would that be a
No,
valuable?
I
review?
don't think so. I don't think 1 hour is enough to review any game.
Okay, cool. So, do you think that would be a valuable review for any such type of game?
Let me actually run through it. Fighting games, no. Strategy games, definitely not. RPG games, definitely not. Adventure games, definitely no. Not definitely not, but no, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. Racing games, no, I don't think so as well. No, I don't think so. Shooting games like multiplayer games, no. NBA 2K, that one's interesting. NBA 2K and FIFA. No, I don't think an hour is good enough for that as well. I think it's a little bit less than like RPG games for sure, but I don't think an hour is still good enough. The actual game that I think might be a lot easier is a live service game, like a hero shooter. But even I haven't really played hero shooter, so it's a little bit tricky for me to answer that question. But I still think no. But I do think there are some games where it's definitely not possible.
So again, like I'm just looking at Steam's numbers. If just based on like what AI is telling me here, most of the 1 hour reviews have to do with technical complaints, and then of course there's meme reviews, people just being assholes on the internet. But technical complaints is the second, or it's one of the two big pillars there. So are you saying that those technical complaints under those 1 hour?
I already answered this point. I said
Okay,
if
cool.
the
So
reviews,
then
I already said, hold on. If the reviews, yeah, you're right. If the reviews are technical complaints that didn't work for me, but again, I'll be very clear here. I don't think that's a review. So, for example, I remember IGN did a review of a game, and they said, "Well, we're gonna score was it like a 4 or something? Why? Well, because it crashed on me and I lost my save file." Bro, I don't care about your save file. What the fuck is the game good or not? And then you can qualify your crashing save file later on to me, because that shit ain't gonna crash on me. So I don't know. So I don't understand why. I don't understand why Cyberpunk is a 2 out of 10. Because because can you imagine if IGN said, "Yeah, we just reviewed the new Cyberpunk, with everything. What's the DLC called that you love so much? Night City. Yeah, we just reviewed Night City. Everyone's giving it a 10 out of 10, but unfortunately, it crashed on me 3 hours in, which pissed me off. Therefore, it's a 2 out of 10. Bro, that's a useless review to me. Give it the official, give it the official score, and then tell me it crashed on you. Cool.
But like, what if I don't believe it deserves my time for me to be able to review the whole thing as a customer? I've already spent $70, and I'm not happy with
it's a
the
useless
product.
review. Don't
Okay,
review
cool.
it then.
Well, I mean, why not? Like, I think
I
what's
mean, but
fun,
I'm telling you, it's a
what
useless
Reichi's
review.
saying here, I think, is important. He says, you have the right to leave a trash review, but leaving a low score doesn't help anyone. Again, like, I don't see the material difference here. If you give a trash review, like Reichi, like, are you not then discouraging people to not buy the game because you
No,
don't
but
think
you see, but I think what Richie here is saying is that your opinion of a low score isn't helping anybody because it's not telling us how we like about the game. It's just telling us
No,
like,
I
oh
agree
well,
with that. Like, yes,
yeah.
it's not giving you any valuable
So
information.
he's saying basically it's a useless review.
But then again, like, why then just leave? Just, if you're of the opinion that a review, even if you are trashing the game, like, why would you trash a game and still leave give it a high score though? Like, I think there's a disconnect there.
No, you wouldn't trash the game and give it a high score. Richard says, I read a novel and in volume 2 they killed my waifu. I did lower my score for the volume, but I didn't leave a 1 out of 10. This would be
I get what he's saying.
disingenuous.
I get what he's saying. Absolutely, because that would be disingenuous. And I'm saying to you that, again, depending upon who's reading that review, they will find the usefulness or the uselessness out of it. Because at what point in time, if you're reading these 1 hour reviews, if you really care about the subject matter of the material and you are not indifferent, you're going to disregard those because you want a detailed review. So you're not the target audience in the first place. That's what I'm saying.
So they are useless then.
What I'm saying is not to everyone. When you say they're useless, it means that you say that I'm saying no, because they still get a lot of people leaving these reviews. If they were useless, nobody would be writing these reviews. I don't know who reads them.
I'm saying nobody's actually looking at these reviews and saying like, oh, yeah, I'm not gonna buy because of this review right here, unless of course it's a technical error. Like somebody who has a 1 hour. It's like you said it yourself, like Cyberpunk, 1 hour of Cyberpunk is not enough to understand Cyberpunk. Why would anyone value that 1 hour review if it's not a technical one? Ushers, man, you sounding bad here, man. The corporal is freaking getting Rachel on his side.
Again, like, I have no dog in this fight. I just don't think that your point is valid because it invalidates a whole lot of people's opinions simply because you don't agree with what they have to say about the game.
It's not. I'm saying the reviews, their opinions are trash.
But again, like, you have the right to have that opinion, but it's an opinion. It's not a fact.
No, but
you
like,
can't measure it.
the opinion is trash. The opinion is garbage.
But they measure that. Show me a quantifiable. It's like, okay, cool. This is a bad opinion. Like,
Can't you just be objective for once?
Like, that's being objective.
No,
like, that's me being like.
Can't you just say what the truth is?
Okay, cool. So here's what I'm just reading, and then we can close on this time.
Fair enough. I'll give it. You have the last word. I'll keep quiet. I've done enough attacks.
Yes, you won. You won. Heads down, Tay. As you always do, right? It says again the red flag. The chick, and this I think is gonna agree with you. Says the red flag chick. People definitely read 1 hour reviews, but they read them for very specific reasons. On Steam, playtime is often used as a true filter. So 1 hour reviews is treated differently than 50-hour review or a 50-hour one. Here's how the community typically engages with them. Okay, it says 1, red flag. When people look at a negative review with 1 hour playtime, they aren't looking for critique on the story or deep mechanics. They are looking for technical deal breakers. So that's majority of the 1 hour reviews. That's what people are looking for. Does it even run, right? If 50 people have a 0.2 playtime, it says that the game crashes all the time. Optimization. People check to see if these games have massive frame rate drops. So again, technical. The refund warning. Since 2 hours is a refund limit, users look for 1 hours and a half played reviews to see if the core gameplay loop is actually fun for what it is, or is it a bait and switch? So in other words, a lot of people within that first hour and a half, they judge whether or not the gameplay loop is something that they're going to be interested in. And then of course, then it talks about the meme or hype reviews, right? Conversely, 1 hour positive reviews are often ignored. See, as I said to you, 1 hour review bombing and boosting. If a game has 1,000 positive reviews, all under 1 hour, users often suspect fanboying or botting. So again, it works both ways. So if a person gave you a positive review for an hour, you could consider that a trash opinion, or they're just optimistic, overly optimistic about the game. I don't think it invalidates the people that feel like them, because there's a community of people that feel like that. Even if I don't.
So to be clear, from what you've said, the 1 hour reviews are either people who are memeing the product, or they are fanboying the product, or they're technical reviews. I would say segue that review away from the overall score. So those people who want to meme the product, fanboy the product, or see the technical side, can click on that and go review that. And I'm saying if you do that, you're not going to see a huge backlash, because everybody realizes those are trash and they're not actually speaking about the overall game.
Okay,
so you're just proving my point. Useless reviews.
So okay, let's say
useless reviews from evaluating the actual game itself. Because the 3 points that you've mentioned are not about the game itself. The people memeing it, the people trashing it because of whatever ideology, and there's people who have technical problems. This is not a review of the actual content being provided.
I agree.
Okay, yeah. So
I agree with you.
So the trash, so they're useless.
Again, like that's why.
Wait. We just said it there. They're useless for the people, for the majority of people who actually just want to see if the game is good or not. Not people who want the memes, or people who want the toxic positivity, or people who are actually looking for oh, did they break on you?
People that are looking for technical. So you've mentioned 3 reasons why they are useful, but they're not useful to that user group that's not looking for those things. That's why I disagree with you. I agree with you
that somebody is looking. Wait. The idea that somebody is looking for meme reviews is useless. The idea that somebody is looking to trash reviews is useless. The idea that you're looking for if this works on my PC or not, that is a review in itself, but that's a separate segment from is this game good or bad. Those 3 reviews should not be part of the overall review.
So again, are user reviews, is the intent for user reviews the same as say journalistic reviews? Is that not more like a more holistic thing when it comes to user reviews, that you can review the game the way you want? There's no parameters that you need to check these 3 or these 5 things or these 10 things in your review. You need to focus
on political warriors, says Rachie. Says Steam is fixing this. They are working to have a system to review performance for Steam machines. So I'm sure it will go for everybody. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
But again, like you're talking about like journalistic people, like I mean anyone can review anything, but I'm saying like there was a guy who there was a journalist who reviewed the Witcher, right? The TV show. This was season 1 where everyone loved it, and he reviewed the first 2 episodes and said it's not for him, and everyone was like, "Wait, what? You watched 2 episodes and you said it's not for you? How's that a review?" And he got.
But then again, okay, cool. But like again, that's a journalist. That person is at work. It's his job. It's not the same. Like he's got parameters in terms of like this is what you need to review according to. You don't have those parameters as.
I think the difference between me and you is that you really hold this journalist to a high value. I don't. I think we're the same.
But like,
I think we're the same. I don't think there's I think there's like one of the biggest Witcher guys on YouTube right now. Like everybody who reads The Witcher or watches The Witcher, or whatever it is, or plays the games, they go to him for the reviews because they know he's a Witcher guy. He didn't go to journalistic school, but he's quality when it comes to reviews of The Witcher. If you want like Fallout content, everyone goes to Matty. They're not like saying, "Oh, IGN is the end all be all of the Fallout." Like I don't know, like why are you so obsessed with these journalists as like some kind of high standard?
I mean, like, am I looking for professional reviews or am I just looking for someone's opinion? If you write a review,
wait. You look for someone's opinion, and we just found out that like 1 hour reviews are either memes or freaking toxic positivity, or people who are actually like who can't run it. So if you want, so if you want a review on Cyberpunk or Elden Ring, you go for 1 hour reviews.
No, because
why? Because
reviews, dude. Like
Is it because
Yeah,
they're
but like what I'm
useless?
saying to you is that like when I read a journalist in review, I take that much more seriously because they're journalists.
Okay,
They're
but
at work. It's a
okay, but
job. They're not a
1 hour.
guy
Okay,
on
no,
Steam
but
that's
1 hour.
paying for
Okay,
the game.
but 1 hour
So
reviews are
they have
useless to
certain
you.
things, this certain journalistic standards that they have to live up to.
Okay,
Do
but
you
1
agree?
hour. Okay, but 1 hour reviews are useless to you, right?
Again, like depending on the subject of what the 1 hour review is, it could be useless to me. But again, that's already an opinion. It's not. I don't hold it to the same rank as I hold professional reviews. I don't expect a person that's reviewing a game for IGN or for GameSpot to play a game for 1 hour. That's not their job. Their job is to finish the game and then give me a professional
If
opinion.
I would
I
you
think
okay,
everybody
fine.
agrees on that.
Mass Effect 4 comes out. BioWare gives me a copy of it. I play it for 100 hours. IGN gets a copy, they play it as well. Are you saying IGN's review is way more valuable than mine because of IGN?
Well, yes, in terms of professionally, yes.
What do you mean?
You
What does that
don't
mean?
have any
What does that mean professionally?
professionally. It means that the people at IGN, that's their job to review that game. They have a professional responsibility. You don't have a professional responsibility.
Wait.
You
No,
just make
I'm
you
saying,
review
do
the
you
game
think their
because you like.
reviews are more valuable than mine?
Yeah,
I'm talking about
well,
professionalism.
from in terms of informing the overall game, like what you were talking about, absolutely, professional reviews are much more. I look to those more than I would a guy on Steam.
No, I said me.
What about you? Yes.
I said if BioWare gave me Mass Effect 4 to review and I played it for 100 hours, are you saying that the IGN's review is more valuable than mine?
Absolutely, because that person.
No,
Well,
fuck you, bitch.
I value your opinion as a friend, Tae, but I value the person that's getting paid to write the review a little bit more because it's their job. You're just gonna
Okay.
tell me what you like and what you don't like. That person.
I mean,
has,
I'll be quite frank with you.
Okay.
IGN does podcasts and they do like reviews and stuff like that. And I found, like for example, Scale Up didn't. He didn't go to some kind of school to learn how to do reviews. He just started making YouTube videos, and that was it. I wouldn't value IGNs over him because, like, the reason why I like small, like, when I watch small content creators, I don't look at them and say, "Well, IGN is saying this." No, I look at a small content creator and say, like, "Oh, well, how are you reviewing it? What are you saying?" And then I'll decide if you're good or not. It's the same reason how ACG got big, how Matty got big. It's the same reason how all these content creators got big. Like there are professional podcasts out there, which is IGNs as well.
Yeah.
I prefer to listen to Loke's show and Rand's show than literally IGN's podcast.
I agree. So I'll give you an example.
But they're professionals. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I'll give you an
getting
example,
paid.
right? Yeah, no, I'll give you an example. I'll listen to those reviews and I'll sort of listen to what Matty has to say. Whatever I do that, but overall, I'll go to Metacritic to see what the overall critic score is, because to me, those professional reviews still hold weight in terms of how I view games overall. So the bulk of my decision about the game, and again, there's very few games where I don't align with what the professionals say. Very, very few games. I think the only one I can think of is this one. I don't want to bring it up, but it's just one. Even with Veilguard, I was wrong. In terms of I agreed with the people when the sentiment, the people this isn't. But when I played it, I found that my alignment was more with the professional reviews. So I still hold professional reviews to that standard in terms of whether I'm gonna enjoy something or not. To me, whether or not a game is worthwhile is still, they still have a good gauge in my opinion. They get it right more than they get it wrong versus fan reviews or people that are specific to communities. That's just my belief. So Rachie says Steam is fixing this. Okay, yeah, you read this. And then he said something as well. Yes, this is useful. It's useful for political warriors. Absolutely, a lot of this has become politicized. I don't disagree. It's the same reason why people are taking AGN for the 6 out of 10 review for Crimson Desert, which I don't think is wrong. I think a lot of people who have played the game initially feel that way. Yeah. One last comment here from Rachie says, Orsh's important 1 hour reviews by the game to own the chats. I mean, some people do that. Don't buy this game so we can own the libs. Why not? I mean, and this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of people that do this thing. And it's important enough for them to make that decision. Is that the right thing? Absolutely. I think it's retarded.
to make decisions like this. Same with this 1 out of 10 one. But a lot of people are making this decision, so I can't say they don't exist. I can just say, well, this information is not very useful to me. But there's people that would think that this is useful to them. That's all I'm saying.
It's so funny because I'm just reading here that apparently Steam has changed.
So I'm gonna
its
close the
review.
show, Tay, so that we can
Yeah,
continue.
like apparently, like before, you could it was Steam changed the time for some of the games to review to actually no, it doesn't matter. Let's just close up.
All right, guys, thank you for joining. I think it's just Richie and Fuzzy is also just I think still hanging there in the back. Thank you guys for joining us. Always awesome to have you. We love having these discussions with you. And we'll see you guys next week, Wednesday. Hopefully the next week's news cycle a little bit more interesting than this week. A little bit low or anemic on the story side. But yeah, we still made it work. We got 4 hours out of this episode. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Taya, is there anything that you'd like to plug? Or
No. I'm good. I had a good time. And it was fun. Rachel and Fuzzy, thanks for engaging. You know, sometimes we go off. If you guys think we're going off a little bit too much, just leave it in the comment and be like, yo, talk about this instead. And we'll gladly pivot.
I agree, because we have these discussions even when we're just talking offline normally. So please feel
to be honest, we were done around the 2 hour mark.
we were actually
what you guys got there was just the random little iffy debates that we get into sometimes. But like I guess we have two options. We can either just like stop it and then we just take it offline, or if you guys want us to talk about something else that's interesting, let us know. Or if you guys are like, okay, this is I'm done with this topic now, I want to go watch something else, let us know that we can just shut the whole thing down. Like it's
don't
all
buy
good.
EA games so we can own coppers. That's also true. A lot of people do that. Yeah, I completely agree with Tai. Like, guys, feel free to rail us in anytime you feel like, we're off the reservation. But as always, thanks for joining, and we will see you guys next time.
Have a good one, guys. Ciao.
Players out.